Welcome to a topic that many people really want to learn about, and that is the Context API for Advanced State Management. And we're gonna start by exploring React's Context API in isolation, where I'll teach you a very powerful context pattern. After that, we'll take what we learned and apply it to the world-wise application that we have been building. We will also dive even deeper into state management itself and learn about some new types of state and tools to handle them. Along the way, we'll wrap up this project, for example, by including this nice interactive map, which is the reason why this section runs a little bit longer than the other ones. So let's waste no time and get back to the actual course. Let's do something unconventional now and start the section with a challenge. However, this is a very different challenge because all I want you to do in this one is to study and understand both the code and the data flow in a small new application on your own. And to get started, let's just open up our starter files and then let's go to this project number 12 called Atomic Block, and then let's copy the entire starter folder onto our desktop. And then we can just rename it to Atomic Block again, and then all we're going to do is to open it up in VS Code. So this time we are not creating a new project from scratch using Create React App or Vite, but instead I already did that before, and so here are all the files now. So the idea of this challenge is that someone on your team built this small project before you had joined the team, and so now they handed that project over to you, and so of course then you need to jump into the project and understand how it works and what it does. And so that is basically the goal of this challenge. So this is a super important skill to have as a React developer, especially if you work on a team with other developers. So then you really need to be able to understand the React code that other developers wrote. And so that's what we will do now. So first of all, notice how we don't have any Node modules folder. And so the first thing to do is to install that by opening up our terminal and run npm install. Now we don't even know how this project was built. So if it is a Vite project or if it's a Create React App project. And to check that out, we can open up our package.json, and then here in the scripts, we see that all of them start with React scripts and not Vite. So therefore, this is a Create React App. Okay, therefore, that means that we start this application by running npm start. So otherwise, we wouldn't even know how to start this application. Now here we have something running already. So let's just try another one. And there we go. So it takes some time to open here as always, but then here it is. So this is the Atomic Block. Now, I will not explain what this application is and what it does, because that's the whole point of this challenge. So for the rest of this video, I want you to now explore the code right here in the source code folder, and then the application here as well. So probably for that, you should take a look at the component tree first, and then move to the code and check where most of the state lives, and then how that state and the data in general flow through the application tree. Now, one of the main things that I want you to notice as you do this is how there is a lot of prop drilling going on. Now, some of that prop drilling could actually easily be solved, but this example has all of that prop drilling actually on purpose. So it's a bit of an artificial example just to showcase this problem. But anyway, I will now leave you to it. So take at least 15 or 20 minutes to understand this application now, because you will need to understand it actually to keep going in this section. So I will suppose that after this lecture, you really know the codebase in and out. And then once you're done doing that, I meet you in the next lecture where we will talk about what the context API is. Let's start this section by understanding what the context API is and what problem it solves. And we're actually going to start with the problem that the context API solves. So let's say that in our application, we need to pass some state into multiple deeply nested child components, just like in this fictional example. So in this application, the components B and F both need access to the count state variable. And so that's the task that we need to solve. Now, the first solution that comes to mind is to simply pass the state variable as props all the way down until it reaches the components that need the count state. However, this then creates a new problem, because passing props down through multiple levels of the tree can quickly become cumbersome and inconvenient. And we actually talked about exactly this problem before, a problem that we call prop drilling. Now, back then, I told you that one good solution to prop drilling is to compose components in a better way. However, doing so is not always possible. And so, component composition with the children prop, as we have learned before, doesn't always solve this problem. So, instead, what we need is actually a way of directly passing the state from a parent component into a deeply nested child component. So that would immediately solve the problem, right? Well, it turns out that React has actually thought of that and has given us the context API to do just that. So the context API basically allows components everywhere in the tree to read state that a context shares. But so let's now look at that in a bit more detail. So first of all, the context API is a system to pass data throughout the application without having to manually pass props down the component tree. It essentially allows us to broadcast global state, so state that should be available to all the child components of a certain context. Now, in order to learn about the different parts of this system, let's bring back the component tree from the previous slide. So the first part of the context API is the provider, which is a special React component that gives all child components access to a so-called value. And this provider can sit everywhere in the component tree, but it's common to place it at the very top. Now, this value that I was talking about is the data that we want to make available. So the data that we want to broadcast through the provider. And so we pass this value into the provider. Usually, this value contains one or more state variables and even some setter functions. Finally, we have consumers, which are all the components that read the value that we passed into the provider. So in other words, consumers are the components that subscribe to the context, and so they are able to read the value from the context. And we can create as many consumers as we want for any context provider. Okay, so that's how the context API works. But what happens when the context value actually changes? So when it gets updated? Well, this is where the interesting part begins. So whenever the context value is updated, all consumers will automatically be re-rendered. So all the components that are reading the context value. So again, whenever the value that is shared is updated in some way, the provider will immediately notify the consumers about the value change, and it will then re-render those components. And so this means that now we have a new way in which component instances can be re-rendered. So we already knew that state updates re-render a component instance, But now we know that an update to a context value also re-renders a component as long as that component is subscribed to that exact context. All right, and that is the fundamentals of the Context API and how it solves the prop drilling problem. We can create as many contexts as we want in our application and place them wherever we want in the component tree. And so all this allows for new and interesting ways of managing state, as we're going to explore throughout this section. Welcome back. So let's now start using the Context API in practice in the Atomic blog application that you have studied earlier. So, as I said in that challenge lecture, it's extremely important that you got yourself highly familiar with this application, because what we're going to do now and over the next few lectures is to completely refactor this entire application from having all the prop drilling that you find in this application to using the Context API instead. And we are going to learn about the Context API here in this separate project, because this one is a lot simpler than the WorldWise application, and like this, we can learn this very important part of React more in isolation, so that we don't mix many different concepts all together. But anyway, that's enough talk. Let's just very quickly go together through this application, just so we are all on the same page. So as the application loads, we create these 30 random posts and store them into the posts array. So remember that this callback function here only runs on the initial render, right? Then here the posts are actually filtered by the search query that we can type up here. So if we type fire, then only these posts here that have fire in the title or in the text will show up. Right? And what else do we have? Then we have two event handler functions here to add a new post and to clear all the posts. And then we pass all of that stuff here as props into these multiple components. And some of it really is prop drilling because, for example, here the header doesn't even need this posts prop, but all it does is to pass this data right into the next component. So result in this case. And the same thing for these other props here. So this component doesn't really need these props, at least not these three here. All it does is to pass them down. And so that's what we mean by prop drilling. Now let's also take a look at the component tree here. As always, that's extremely important. And so, for example, here we can see that this list component is one of the components that needs the posts. And so for that, we need to pass the posts from app to main to posts and then to list. So a huge chain of prop drilling right there. All right, then down here we have some more code, which is not really relevant, and especially not this one. So the archive here is not really important. Again, we will mostly use that for some other thing even later, so even in another section. But anyway, let's now start to solving this prop drilling problem and learn how the Context API works in practice. So remember from the last video that basically the Context API has three parts. There is a provider, there is a value, and then there are all the consumer components which will read the value from the context. And so let's start with the first step, which is to create the provider. So in order to do that, we first need to create a new context. So for that, we call create context, which is a function that is included in React. So just like useState or useEffect. So make sure that it got imported here from React. Now, into this create context function, we could pass in a default value for this context. However, we usually never do that because that value cannot change over time. And so it's actually pretty useless. So instead, we usually pass in null, or we just leave this empty altogether. But anyway, calling createContext will return, as the name says, a context. So let's call this a post context in this case, because here we are going to store the information about posts. Now this turned blue here, because that's our fake dark mode, which maybe you have also discovered while going through this application. Now notice how here the variable name actually starts with an uppercase letter. And so the reason for that is that this is actually basically a component. And so components always use here the uppercase letter at the beginning. So let's just write out what we just did. So our 3 steps. The first one is to create a new context. So we have our context now, and now we can pass the value into the context provider. So let's then go right here into our JSX, because this is where we are going to use that component. And let's actually make it the parent component of all of these ones right here. So let's place it really outside here. So post context, and now on there we read or we get the dot provider property. Then we close that, and then we need to, of course, place this here at the very end. So right here, and there we go. Now this on its own, of course, doesn't do anything yet, because now what we need to do is to pass the value into this provider. And so this is basically the second step. So the second step is to provide value to the child components. So to do that, here we specify the value prop on this component, and then we enter JavaScript mode so that here we can then define an object. So here we need an object which will contain all the data that we want to make accessible to the child components. And so that's basically going to be similar to these props that we have here. So for example, one of the entries in this object will be posts. So the posts should be equal to the searched posts. And so then that's exactly what we have here. So here we pass in a props called post, which is equal to the search posts variable that we have in this component. And so we can keep going and keep adding all of them. So we also want on clear posts to be handle clear posts. And of course, we also want to pass our function to add posts. So on add post should be equal handle add post. All right. So basically what we did was to pass this state right here, so this derived state, and these 2 event handler functions into our context value. So we created an object which contains one property for each of these values that we want to pass in. All right, and so let's now do the same thing also for the search query. So search query actually equal to search query. So there we don't need to change anything. And then also set search query. So remember that having this is exactly the same thing as this, right? And so then we don't need to write that second part. Now, usually we create one context per state domain. So basically we would have one context only for the posts, and then another context only for the search data here. So in fact, this is actually called the post context, and so it should only be for these 3 parts here. And then we could also create a search context where we would place these 2. So that would be a bit cleaner, but here we are just learning how context works, and so that's not really a problem. Okay, so now we have all our data here inside our context, and so it's time to consume the context in all the components that actually need access to this data. And so let's do that in the next lecture. With the context provider and value now in place, let's consume the context value in multiple components and get rid of all the annoying props that we have in our app. And let's actually start by removing props from one component at a time. So starting here with the header, let's get rid of all of this so that we can then recreate the same functionality only by reading the value out of the context. So as we save this now, we will get tons of errors here, because for now, these components, of course, still rely on the props. But anyway, moving now into the header component where we just removed those props from, let's see if this component actually does need some data from the context. So here we can remove all these props. And so if all we have is props, then that means that this component itself doesn't need any data, so any value out of the context. But actually it does, because here we have this onClearPosts prop, which again, this component really needs. And so therefore, we now need to get this onClearPosts function from the context. So of course, let's remove all the props there, because we are no longer receiving props. And instead, let's now read this function right here from the context. So to do that, it's time to meet yet another React hook. And this one is simply called useContext. So make sure that you import it from React. So just like this, because it is indeed another function that is coming from the React library. And then here, what we need to do is to pass in the entire context object. So that's post context, and not post context.provider or .consumer, which also exists, but really only post context. So this will then return something, and let's just call that X for now and take a look at it. Now this is not going to work because of all the errors that we have here. So let's just comment all of this out, which you don't have to do, but this is just to show you what this hook here actually returns. And so here we can see that it does basically return the entire value that we passed into the context. So this object right here, so the result of the useQuery hook is exactly this value that we passed in here. And so we can then destructure that here and basically take out only the part that we want. So that's onClearPosts in this case. Okay, but that of course still gives us errors, and that's because results and search posts of course also rely on some props. So let's move on here and let's also give them their value from the context. So here let me just place a comment just to complete our sequence. So 1, 2, and now 3, which is consuming the context value. And so this is then the third step of what we need to do when we use the context. And so now all we need to do is the same thing in all the components that need the data. So here what we need is search query and set search query, which we are going to get from useContext. So post context. And that's not yet it, because our next component that is also included in the header, so search posts, or actually results. So results also needs a prop that was passed into the header component. So let's grab that here as well, which is in this case just posts. So as we can see down here. So use context, post context, give it a save, And beautiful. Now we are back to working. So let's see our component tree here again. And we can make this really large because the application is not really that important. So what matters is that we passed in the value into the context provider, which we can actually see here. And then, for example, here in the results, we can see that through the context hook, we get access to all the data here. So even though we only read the posts data, here we can still see the entire content of the context, so the entire value. But what really matters here is that we got the posts data into this really nested component without having to pass in any props. And so that's exactly the functionality of the context API that we learned at the very first lecture of this section. So this posts data is basically now being broadcasted by this provider and injected into the results without ever having to pass through the header. And so the prop drilling really is gone, at least for that part, because as you see, we still have a few props here. Now, actually, I want to leave this for you as a challenge. So I want you to do what we just did, which is to remove all of the props in all of the components, and then simply use the context value to give each component access to the data that it actually needs. So pause the video now and then meet me back here in a minute where I will give you the solution. Now, okay, so let's just cut everything here. So all the props, we don't need them anymore. This main component here really doesn't need any of this data. So all it did with these props was to pass it down into these other components, and the same even for this one. So even this posts component doesn't really do anything. So it doesn't need the posts data. Who needs the post data is this list component. So let's go there actually. And so let's give it the posts data. So destructuring the result of the use context hook. So post context. Okay. And here we don't even get any error. And since we're here, let's just also add this function right here. So on add post, use context post context. And yeah, then let's move back up because here we have another one. So this one also doesn't need the prop, but instead we now get that it was on add post from use context. And I think that's actually it. So let's just check. And indeed, none of our components now receive props anymore. And notice how much cleaner here is our JSX. I mean, we still have this button here, which is kind of ugly, and which we could actually extract into its own component. And so if you want to do that, feel free to take this and probably also this effect. And so then this whole thing here becomes even more clean. And of course, it's not only about being clean. So it also makes the components a bit more independent and standalone. So take, for example, this list component right here. If before we wanted to reuse this list somewhere else, then we would have to first pass the props to that place where we wanted to reuse it. So let's just, as an example, say that for some reason we wanted this list inside the footer. So why not? So just like this. And since we are now using context, this is really all we have to do. So we can give it a save. And if we then come here, we will see that inside the footer, well, can't really see that right now. But, well, let's see it here in our component tree. So we see that here inside the footer, we have indeed now this list. And all we had to do was to place it there. So we didn't have to pass any props first to the footer and then into the list, which we would have to do before when we didn't have the context API yet, right? And so this list was a bit less reusable and less standalone. But again, with this, we can now just place this anywhere, even if the parent component doesn't have access to the posts prop. So, which is the case right here. Okay, so with this, we finished actually implementing our context. And as you see, it was actually pretty easy, right? We can, however, do a couple of improvements to the way that we use the context API in practice. And so let's do that in the next video. Now that we know how to use the context API in practice, we can take it to the next level and implement a custom provider component as well as a custom hook to then consume the data. Now, I want to start by saying that the implementation that we have right now is actually perfectly fine. So it works great, and so in many applications, this is more than enough. However, as I said at the beginning of the lecture, we can now make this even more advanced by implementing some more advanced patterns. And so let's now do that. So the idea is basically to remove all the state and state updating logic all from this component and place it into our own custom context provider component. So we will then have all the state, and we will then provide that using context into our application. So it's basically just a refactoring of what we already have, but the functionality will stay exactly the same, and we still will have our three parts. So creating the context, then providing a value, and then reading it. We will just have these different parts in different files. Okay, so let's now start implementing that. And the first thing is to once again duplicating this file and then calling it version 1, so we can also keep the original version. Okay, and then next, let's create a new component called post context.js. Okay, and here let's actually create this function manually ourselves. So post context, and we will then later also export it. And basically what we do now is to grab all this stuff, so everything that is related to the context, and place it into that other file. So let's cut that, place that here, and then we should probably import this. So one good way of doing that is to delete part of the string, and so then we get our autocomplete back, where we just have to hit enter, and then that gets automatically imported. Now here, not sure why we're getting this error. And it's just because we of course now already have this variable called post context. And so actually I want this not to be called post context, but the post provider. So this then makes the intention of this component a bit more clear. So basically from here, we will export, or we will return, a provider. So that's why we call this the post provider. All right, and now let's grab all the state and the state updating logic from here. So all of this, but of course not this effect. And then let's place that here. And then we are again missing some stuff here. So let's use that trick again to import useState. And then we need to also copy this function right here. And here we cannot cut it because we actually need it in another function. So let's just copy it and place that here. And then we also need to copy this. So probably we should export all of this here into some other special file, but here we just want to keep it very simple. Okay, Well, actually, we also removed this state. So about the dark mode. So let's place that back right here. And then what we want is to also grab this. So cut it and remove this one here as well. All right. So again, we are just refactoring everything here into this provider. This provider, so this component will just be another React component. And so it needs to return some JSX. And so that JSX will be this provider. Let's close it. And for now, we are good like this. And so here, I think we now removed all our errors. Now we have some problems right here, where we now are trying to read from the post context, which no longer exists, but let's take care of that later. So what we want to do now is to use that post provider here exactly in the same way that we used the provider before. So exactly what we had here earlier. So let's actually for now export this from here. So post provider. Let's do an export default for now. And so then here we are able to just import post provider like this. All right. Place that here, but that will actually still not work because watch what's happening right now. So we are passing all of these children here into the post provider component, right? But then all that we do here is to return this post context.provider, but we're not doing anything with the children. And let me demonstrate that here in the application. But before we do that, we actually need to now export this post context so that we can use it here in app. So let's now, instead of the default export them like this. So a named export. So post context. And so let's now here import this as name imports as well. So exactly in the same way as we exported them. So post context and beautiful. So that basically fixes it, even though now, as I mentioned before, we have an empty page. And so the reason for that is that all we are doing now is to return this context provider. Right? So again, right here, we have the post provider component, but all this does is to return this post context.provider. And so then that's what we see in our tree. And so what we need to do now is to accept the children prop like this, and then place the children back here. And with that, then our application works again. Let's go back to normal mode and let's try to search. And yeah, so everything works the same, but now we created ourselves our own custom context provider component, which is this post provider. All right. And with this, we really cleaned up tremendously this app file, so our parent component. And here actually we can make this even a bit cleaner because this section here and this button, of course, don't need this provider. And so with this, I think it looks even a bit better. So it's important that you understand what we just did here. So we created this post provider component, which we now wrap around all our other components. And you can always compare that with the v1 file that we created earlier. So we passed this here into the opening and the closing tag, and so therefore these will become the children of this component. So then we use the children prop here, and then we wrap all these children inside the post context provider, just like we had before. And so by doing that, we could place all the state and the state update logic into its own separate context file, which then cleaned up tremendously our main component that we have here. So this app component. And we could even do the same thing here with this fake dark mode, but let's keep it simple here. So here we could remove that from here, this comment, and place that here, but that's not really important. So with this, we finished the first part of the lecture, which was to create the context provider component. But now, remember how I told you that we are also going to create our own custom hook. And so let's see what that means. So right now, to consume the context, we are always using this use context hook, and then we pass in the post context object. And this works great, but over time, after using this many times, you will notice that it can become a bit annoying to always have to write this post context here. So basically this part here is always repeated over and over again in all the components where we actually read the value from the context. And so basically we can encapsulate this part into its own custom hook. So let's come back here into this file and then create that right here as well. So that's a very common pattern that many developers use these days. So basically placing this context provider component and then the corresponding hook all into the same file. So let's call this one here use posts, and we don't need any argument then. And so here, let's then get the value out of the context. So the entire value, which we will then return so that in our components we can destructure it. And so now we will use the use context hook right here. So using it here and then passing in the post context just like we did before. And now we can return the context like this. And then instead of returning this context here, we can leave it encapsulated inside this file and instead export this custom hook. So with this, we then basically create like an API for this context. So again, instead of exposing the context object itself, we just expose a function with which we can then access that. Okay, so this one is nicely called use posts. And so let's use that here instead of the post context. So use posts, and now we just everywhere replace this. So I will now use Command or Control D, which again is this one here. So add next occurrence to select all of them. And so then we just use posts, and beautiful. So it works again. And if you ask me, this is now a lot cleaner. So you don't have to think about the name of the context anymore. We just write use posts and then we get whatever we want from there. Okay, now let me just show you something which is, for example, trying to use that custom hook right here. So use posts right here. And then let's log that to the console. So what do you think is going to happen? What do you think this X will be? Well, it is undefined. So why do you think that is? Why is the context value suddenly undefined? Well, all we need to do is to look at our component tree. So we tried to use the context here inside of app, but the context only provides the value to all its children components. So only to all of these that are below the provider. So basically only to these ones right here and the ones that are inside it, but not right here. And so this could lead to some hard to find bugs in a larger application. And so let's now do something against this. So basically to prevent someone from using this hook, so to accessing the context value where they shouldn't. So notice how the context value was undefined. And so what we can do is to test for that. So we can check if the context is undefined, then let's just throw a new error. And then let's let the developer know that post context was used outside of the post provider. And yeah, there we go. So this is actually a lot better, even though normally we don't like errors. But in a situation like this, it's actually a lot better to have directly an error here than maybe having the developer think that this somehow works. So with this, they know immediately that this cannot work. So that's why we should always create an error in the situation where we are trying to access the context where we actually cannot. Okay, and this is all I wanted to show you for this advanced pattern. So again, it is composed of two parts, basically. First, the post provider, and then our own custom hooks to read the value out of the context. And I'm showing this to you because this is basically like a recipe that you can always follow in all your own projects when you want to use the context API. So we always do this in the exact same way. So we create a context, then we create our own provider component, which receives the children so that we can then use it like this here. And then we pass the value in there. And then of course, also return the children here. And then in the end, we always have this own custom hook. So again, always the same recipe that you can start using in your own applications. Great. So now we know really well how to use the context API in practice. And so let's now go back to talking a little bit more about state management and how the context API fits into that picture. So now that we know how the context API works, it's time to get back to talking about state management in general and how the context API fits into the state management tools that we already had before. Now, we already talked about state management earlier in the course, but it was more of an introduction. So back then, I told you that state management is basically just like giving each piece of state the right home, right? So in that lecture, we talked about when to use state, local versus global state, and I also gave you this handy flowchart to decide when and where to create state, which of course you can keep using. Now in this lecture, we will talk about UI versus remote state. I will show you all the options for where to place state and also all the state management tools that are available to us to manage all these different types of state. And let's actually start with these different types of state that can exist in all web applications. So we can classify state in terms of state accessibility and in terms of state domain. Now, when it comes to state accessibility, state can be either a local state or global state. And we already talked about this, but I just want to quickly review these super important concepts. So, local state is only needed by one or a few components, while global state might be needed by many components in different positions of the tree. That's why local state is only accessible inside the component that it was defined in, plus maybe its child components, while global state can actually be made accessible to every single component in the application. So it's the accessibility of a state variable that changes between local and global state. Now, if you need to create a new state variable in a component, but are not sure whether it should be local or global state, there is a very nice trick that can help. So all you need to do is to ask yourself, if this component was rendered twice, should a state update in one of the components reflect in the other one? And if the answer is no, then it means that it's local state. But if the answer is yes, you have found yourself a global state variable. So just keep this trick in mind for the future, as it can be quite helpful. Okay, and now moving on to the state domain, we can classify each piece of state as either remote state or UI state. So remote state is basically all application data that is loaded from a remote server, so usually using an API. So it's basically state that lives on a server but that can be loaded into our application. UI state, on the other hand, is basically everything else. So things like the currently selected theme, applied list filters, form inputs, open panels, and many, many more. So again, all state that is not the core application data that we usually fetch from an API is UI state. So whenever you have some state, it's extremely important to always know whether you're dealing with remote state or with UI state, because they need to be managed in a completely different way. So remote state is fundamentally different from UI state, because we usually get it in an asynchronous way, and because the data might need to be refetched and updated frequently. Therefore, in a large-scale application, remote state should be cached, revalidated, and so on. And so for that, we need some specialized tools. UI state, on the other hand, is usually synchronous and stored right in the application and does not interact with any server at all. And so this means that UI state is very easy to handle with the tools that we already know of. So things like useState or useReducer. And we will take a closer look at these tools later in this lecture, but for now, let's focus on where we can actually physically place each state variable in our codebase. So, whenever we need a new piece of state, we have about 6 different options on where we can place it. If all we need is local state, then we simply place it in a local component using useState, useReducer, or even useRef. So a ref can also be considered state, even though it won't re-render the component. Now, many times we actually need a piece of state in multiple related components. And so then it's time to lift the state up by placing it in a parent component of all the components that need it. So a parent component is another state placement option. However, even that sometimes is not enough. So sometimes we have actual global state, and then one good solution is to place the state into a context. So this is where the context API that we have been learning about comes into play, as we can use it together with useState or useReducer to manage global state. Just note that context on its own is actually not who is managing the state. State still needs to be managed, so to be created and updated by useState or by useReducer. But we then use the context API to give all components in the tree access to that state. But anyway, the context API is actually best suited to manage UI state and not necessarily remote state, especially when you are building a bigger application. But more about that in the next slide. So, if you need to manage remote state in a complex application, or just need a more efficient way of managing global state in general, you can opt for one of the many third-party state management libraries that exist in the React ecosystem. So you can place your global state into Redux, into React Query, or SWR, or Zustand, or one of the many other external state management solutions. And some of these solutions are suited for global remote state and some for global UI state, or both. Okay, next up, as we learned in the previous section, is the URL. So the URL is yet another excellent place where we can store global state that we want to make easily shareable and bookmarkable, or that we just want to pass between pages. And finally, sometimes we need to store some data inside the user's browser. And in that case, we can use local storage, session storage, or something like that. Now, just like refs, this is state that won't actually re-render any components, but it's still technically application state, which is why I included this in this list as yet another possible state location. Alright, so hopefully this is a helpful overview for you that you can keep handy once you start building your own applications. And now to finish, let's try to answer the question of how to manage the different types of state in practice. Or, in other words, what tools should be used for each kind of state. So, if we combine all classifications of state according to accessibility and domain, we end up with these 4 combinations. So, local UI state, global UI state, local remote state, and finally, global remote state. And so let's now look at the tools that we can use to manage each of these state types. And starting with the easiest, we simply manage local UI state with the tools that we already know about. Now, when it comes to local remote state, we can use a simple fetch inside a useEffect in order to load data from a remote API and then store that data as state with useState or useReducer. So this is exactly what we've been doing all the time up until this point, right? However, this is usually only a good idea in small applications. In bigger applications, we usually just treat all remote state as global state, which brings us to the next type of state. So, when we need to manage global remote state, we have to choose if we want to use a general solution like the Context API or a library like Redux, or if we want to use a tool that is highly specialized in managing remote state. So those are tools like React Query, SWR, or RTQ Query, which have built-in mechanisms like caching and automatic refetching in order to deal with the asynchronous nature of remote state. In fact, these tools are so helpful that we will study React Query in depth in the next project. So I definitely recommend going with a solution like this. But anyway, to finish now, let's move up to global UI state. And here, the Context API coupled with useState or useReducer is a great tool. Now, if you need something a bit more performant, you can look into one of the third-party libraries that we already discussed. So something like Redux, which we will actually learn later in this section. And so by then, we will talk more about the differences between Redux and the Context API and also when to use each. Alright, so the idea of this diagram is more to give you an overview and a reference that you can keep in the future, which should be really helpful. So I really wish that I had something like this when I first started learning React development and especially learning about state management. But anyway, let's now quickly go back to the WorldWise project that we have started working on in the previous section. Now it's time to move back to the WorldWise application that we have been building to now use the Context API in exactly the way that I showed you earlier. So in this video, we're going to create a similar custom context provider component, but this time for the cities data. So here we are back in the WorldWise application, and I hope that you didn't close your editor in the meantime. But if you did, then just make sure to start the application again and also our fake API server. So to know which commands those are, you can just open up your package.json file and then you will see that you need to do npm run dev to start the application and then npm run server for our fake API. Okay. Now, as you learned in the previous lecture, just because you now know how to use the Context API, that doesn't mean that it's always the right tool or the right solution for managing the state in your applications. But when you have a small-sized application like this one that we are building right now, and where performance is never going to be an issue, then the Context API is a great tool indeed. Now, here we actually don't even have much prop drilling going on, but I think that it's still nice to get rid of some of the props and make the code look a little bit cleaner. Also, by doing this, we're going to be able to move all of this state here and the state logic into its own place. And so, let's now start doing that. So, just like before, we are going to create our own custom context provider. And so let's actually create a new folder. So that's a common practice to create a new folder called context, or could also be contexts, even though that's a bit hard to say. Okay, and now here, let's create our cities context.jsx, which again is because we are now using Vite. Okay, and so now let's follow the exact same recipe that we created ourselves earlier. So we're going to start by creating that new context, so cities context, by calling the create context function coming from React. Next up, it's then time to create that provider component. And so this one is going to be called cities provider. And remember, it will need to accept the children prop so that we can then use this provider component as the top level component in the app component. So again, just like we did before. And now, next up, let's grab all this code here that was already selected. So all the state code and the state updating logic, which in this case includes this use effect. Let's cut that from here and place that here. And so then we just need to import use state and use effect. Write this. And we are also missing here our base URL. Let's place that here at the very top. And nice. So no more big errors, except of course right here in the application where we are now missing all of our variables. So we no longer have the cities and the isLoading state here because we will pass them later using the context. Right? So we could, even why not? We could just immediately remove all of this from here. So then we can right away see how clean this component is going to look like. All right. And so the homepage actually now works because it wasn't relying on any of those state variables. So if we reload this, then everything looks fine. The only thing we can't do is to open up our application. So that won't work because for now, it doesn't have access to the cities and the isLoading state. But watch how clean our application component now has become. So all it does really for now is to define these routes and match them simply to the components. So without any props. Okay, we can even remove this line of code here. And so with this, let's go back to our context provider here. So now it's actually time to use that cities context. And so that is, of course, in the return block of this component. So here we will return cities context dot provider, remember. So just like this. And then here we can immediately place the children. And then, of course, our value. And then we need another curly braces, which is for our object. And so now let's see what we want to do. Well, for now, we only need to pass in the cities and the isLoading state. So this is all we need for now. Okay, and so let's now export this component from here. And remember how we used named exports before. So this time in this component, we don't use the default export because we will later on also export that custom hook. But for now, let's just export the cities provider. And so then in here, we will be able to import that. So let's just try to use that here. So cities provider. And you see it automatically imported that from here. And now all we need to do is to grab that from here, go all the way to the end, and beautiful. There we go. And with this, we provided both the isLoading and the city state to our entire application tree. And we can see that also right here. So we have the app component, and then in there we have the cities provider, which indeed returns context.provider. Then in there is all this other stuff, which clogs up our tree here a little bit. So it makes everything a bit harder to see. But, well, that's just how it works. As you start using all these libraries, then the component tree isn't as clean as we were used to from before. Now remember that this works because we are passing in all of this here into the cities provider as children, right? And again, that's because we provided this content here between the opening and the closing tag. So that's the reason why here we really need to accept the children prop right here and then place basically all those elements that I just selected here. So all of this will then be placed here. So between the actual provider component. So the one that really provides this value here to the component tree. Okay, so this is the first part of the recipe. Next up, we need to create that custom hook so that we can then consume this value wherever we need it. So let's do that. So let's build that custom hook to consume the cities context everywhere in the application. So let's call this one here use cities. And again, we don't need any argument. And then here, let's use the use context hook that React gives us. And then we need to pass in, of course, our context. So the context from which we want to read the data. And by the way, this is necessary here. So we need to tell React which context we actually want to read from, because there can be multiple contexts. And so then, of course, React needs to know which is the one that we are interested in. So we want to then return this context, which basically is not even a context. It should be called the value. But, well, that's really not that important. What matters is that we now do again the check to see if we are using the context in the wrong place. So if this is undefined, it means that we are trying to access the content value in a place where we shouldn't. So in a place that is actually not a child component of this provider. So in this case, let's throw a new error. So cities context was used outside the cities provider. All right, and then all we need to do is to export that here and import it wherever we need it. So that was, I believe, in the city list and country list. So we can just control or command click here. So that will then open up that file. So the country list and the city list. And of course, you can also open them directly here from the components folder. Okay, So we see that this component indeed before relied on these two props. And so now let's give this component this data back, but through the context. So cities and is loading will now come from use cities. Remove that from here, and with this, it should already work. So let's make this a bit smaller, and here we go. Let's just reload that, and it works indeed. Beautiful. So receiving its data now from the context directly. And so now, all we need to do is to copy this also into the country list. So let's come here, click there. That's sometimes a bit easier than to go through all the files right there in that folder. So place that here, remove the props, and now this will not exist. So we just import that again with this nice trick. Click here and beautiful. Load that and it works. Great. So with this, we now refactored our application to using context instead of having all that logic right here in the application folder as we had before. And so now if we want to jump into this application, if we have never seen it before, and open up this component, then it's really easy to understand what it does. So there's no clutter here. All it has is the route definition. And if we then want to know about the state, we can just go to the city's provider and here to this context and see how it all works. So where the data actually comes from. And so this really is a beautiful pattern, I think. In this lecture, let's use our context to finish implementing the city component. So right now, when we click on one of these cities, it takes us to the city component, but it doesn't have any data about the city yet, except for the ID. And so let's now change that and basically fetch the data for this city and then show it in this component. So basically what we want is this. So it loads the data about the city and shows it here. So what that means is that we do an HTTP request to this URL /cities, which remember gets all the cities. But then if we take one of these IDs that is automatically generated and then pass that here, then we get only the information about this exact object right here. Now, you might be wondering why we actually need to do that if we could simply get this object out of the array that we already have, right? And that's actually true in this small application. So technically, we wouldn't have to create a new HTTP request and fetch this data from the server again, because we do actually already have it in the cities array. However, in real-world web applications, it's quite common that the single objects have a lot more data than the entire collection. So basically, this array here would only have a small amount of data in each object, while then the objects that we get individually from the API have really all the data. And so let's pretend that we really need to do this. So making a request to this URL and then /DID. So let's go to our cities, or actually our city component. And so let's fetch the data here, because this is where we need the data. So let's remove this. And what we could do is now to create that HTTP request and then create some local state here and call it, for example, current city and set current city. And then use state and then store whatever the object is here into this state, right? So that would be a perfectly valid way of doing it. However, that state would then, of course, be local state. So it would be local to only this component right here. However, we do actually need this state in another place. So to implement another feature that I'm going to show you now. So watch what happens when I go back from Lisbon. So you see that then Lisbon here is marked with this green border, which means that this is now the current city still. So basically, after we visited one of these cities, when we then go back, it marks the last visited city with this border, which means that this city item component here also uses this same piece of state. So what this means is that this state is actually global state, because multiple components in the tree need this state. And therefore, it is a good idea to actually place this not here, but inside our context. So next, close to these ones. Okay? Now, again, if we only needed this state here in one single component, it would be best to use local state in that case. However, we do need the state variable in multiple places. And so therefore, we will place it here into the city's provider and then pass it into the context. And let's do that right now, immediately. So current city. And so now all we need to do is to create a function here that loads this city, which we can then call right here as the component mounts. So that sounds a bit confusing. So let's just do that. So let's just create a function called getCity, which will just receive the city ID. And then the logic itself is actually pretty similar to this function that we already have here. So I will just copy this and place this here. And then here, remember that we now need to attach the ID to this URL. And so that's why we pass it into this function. So ID here. And then, of course, the data that we receive is placed into current city. So set current city. And that's actually it. Well, actually, this should not be here. And then, yeah, this, of course, is also an async function. All right. Now, we could also have placed this function right here, so into this component, and then call it here as the component mounts. But I think it's a bit cleaner to have all these functions in the central place inside the context. So here inside this city's provider. So later on, we will also have more functions to create a new city and to delete a city. And so we will then have all these functions here in the central place. And then all we have to do is to pass that here also down into the context. So get city, and now inside this component, we can get the city and then display it. So this ID, of course, we still need, because now we need that to actually fetch the data. But anyway, let's now then get the getCity function from use cities. All right. And of course, we will then also need the current city and no longer this temporary one. And so then we can very easily do an effect like this, where we simply call the getCity function that we just got access to with the current ID, which is coming, remember, from the URL. And so we want to run this function or this effect as the component mounts. Now here React is complaining about some missing dependencies in the dependency array. So that's getCity and ID. So let's add ID here, but the getCity function that React also wants, we will actually not add for now. So even though we are required to add all the dependencies to the dependency array, now we will just remove this here and we'll come back to this in the next section. So by then I will explain you why we couldn't add this to the dependency array at this point. So we just add the ID, which is actually important because the ID might change, and so then in that case, the city corresponding to that new ID would be loaded. Okay, now let's get rid of this code here, also of this. And so now we want our actual JSX that will nicely render the city. So let's give it a save. Then we have no more errors and everything's looking good. So let's try this out. And we actually already see Lisbon there. But let's give ourselves a bit more space. Let's come back here and reload. And then I will again click on Lisbon. And there it is. Beautiful. So our logic here worked. Let's try another one, Madrid. And you saw that first it shortly displayed Lisbon. And only then, as soon as the Madrid data arrived, it then switched to this new state. So let's fix that soon. But for now, let's really understand what happens here. So let's start from the beginning. So when we click here on this link, here the URL will change. So we get a new ID, which we then read here into the city component. So then we have this ID. And we use it to call the getCity function as the component mounts. So immediately after mounting, we start calling this function, which is coming from our context. Remember? So here we have the getCity function, which will then immediately start fetching the city data for that ID. Then when that arrives, it gets stored here into the setCurrentCity state. So this state variable right here, which we also pass into the context value. And so then immediately here, this city component receives that value as it updates. And then, well, here we destructure it and then display everything in the UI. So basically here we do child to parent communication. So we call this function here, which will then update the current city, and then the current city will come back down here into this component where we can then use it. But now about this issue that we saw earlier. So if I click here now, then it will shortly still show Lisbon, right? So saw that for half a second, it still showed us the current city. And the reason for that is very simple. It's because that was the earlier current city, so the one from before. And so nowhere we are resetting that. And actually we don't want to reset. So because remember, we want to then use the current city to display this green border. But what we want to do instead is to show a loading spinner here. So let's also get the isLoading state. And then depending on that, we want to display the spinner. So where do you think we should do that? Right here, maybe? Well, let's try, and then you will see what happens. So if isLoading, then return the spinner. And let's see if we already have it included. No, we don't. But now it is. But as I save this, here we get this ESLint error. And so the reason for that is because we violated the very important rule of hooks, which says that hooks always need to be called in the same order. So by having this return here before this hook, this one here might never actually be created. And so that's a problem. So let's do that maybe here. Or well, let's do it really close to the other return. And so now, watch what happens. Yeah, nice. Then we get the loading spinner and then our city. And now let's implement that feature which shows us which is the current city. So again, that's just this green border right here. So that is right in the city item. So right here, and basically we have a special class for the active city. So that's this class right here. So let's just copy that. And so here we want to now conditionally apply that. So remember that if we want to add multiple class names with CSS modules, we need to do so in a string. So let's create a template literal. So this one we want for sure, but now we need to conditionally add that class. So in which situation do we actually want to add that class? So when is a city active? Well, it is the active, or actually the current city, when the city ID is equal to the current city ID. So to this one here, right? And so we now need to read that current city here into this component. So current city, which we get from use cities. That's right. Okay, and now here we can do our conditional. So if the ID is equal to current city.id, then here we want styles, and now we cannot do this. So this doesn't work because of the dashes in the name. And so instead we need to do this. All right, and otherwise don't place any other class there. And we see immediately that it works. So let's try that with Lisbon, go back, and nice. So now that is the current city. Here we have some errors. Yeah, so that's nothing meaningful. What matters is that the feature now works. And now finally notice how we always have to click here on cities in order to go back. So actually what we want here is a button that allows us to go back. So similar to the button that we have when we click here to show the form. Remember that? So as I click here, it opens this form. And so here we have this back button. And so now we want exactly the same in the city component. So let's come to the form. And so what we want is this button plus this functionality here. So should we now just copy and paste this button? Well, actually no. I think it would be a good idea to now make a component for this button because we clearly need to reuse this. And so this is a great candidate to extract into a new component. So let me just copy it actually. So I will remove it later. And then let's call this one the back button. So then our snippet here as always. And now what we want to return from here is this button. But this button actually depends on a few things. So for example, this navigate function right here. So let's cut that, place that here, but then of course we are missing the import. So let's also grab that from here, and maybe we can actually remove this from here for now, because then we will want to import it, of course. Okay, and now we just need to import the button. So let me just remove a piece of this here, and nice. There it is. So I think this should be complete. Let's close this and then let's import that here. So the back button, which somehow doesn't work. So the import. So let's just do that manually here. So back button and nice. There is our button back. And now if we go to the city and then one of these cities here, let's go there. We can close all of this. And so let's inside this div here, add that back button. And there it is. Let's see. And indeed, it does go back. Great. So this was a long lecture where we did a lot of different things. And so please make sure to review everything that we did here. Just clean up this. And so then with this, we are actually finished and can move on to the next topic, which will be to finally add the actual map here to this container. With our context now in place, let's take a detour and implement a map in the next few lectures. So many kinds of applications require a map, and so this is a really nice feature to implement here. And we are going to implement this map with the help of a third-party package. So let's open up a new terminal here. So again, in our project folder, and then let's npm install React Leaflet, and then we also need to install basically the base library, which is Leaflet. So React Leaflet is like built on top of Leaflet, and so we need both of them installed. So this is basically the biggest open source library to implement maps. And if you took my complete JavaScript course, then we already used the same library there, even though we didn't use it from npm, but just installed it in a different way. But anyway, now we are ready to actually use this library. So let's close all we don't need here anymore, and let's open up the map component. So right here, we already have this JSX, but we will actually get rid of all of this, or most of it at least. Now, whenever we bring in a third-party library like this, it's a good idea to check out the documentation. And so let's just quickly search for React Leaflet. And so then here we get our documentation page. And here is some sample code that we're actually going to copy and paste in a minute here. But for now, let's go to the Getting Started tab. And so, yeah, here I'm actually interested in the installation part, just to show you what we already did, which was to install Leaflet and React Leaflet. And yeah, here is the part that I was looking for, because it says so that we also must set up our project using the base library. So basically this quick start document of the Leaflet base library. So again, the one that we're using is just built on top of this one. So what matters here is that we install, or that we include this CSS here. Now, I actually already did that. So if we check out the index.css file, then notice how up here we import already basically exactly this URL. Now, here the version number is a bit different, and we can change that, but we can also just leave it, probably because it's not going to make any difference. But I wanted to show you this because in the future, if you want to use this library yourself, then you also need to do this part. So also installing CSS. And now let's actually take this sample code here and bring it into our own application. So place that right here into this div. And so you see that basically what Leaflet React does is to give us all of these predefined components that we can then use in order to display the map itself, or some markers, and even pop-ups. So let's now include all of these libraries here, or all of these components. So map container, and then there we have our autocomplete. We need also the tile layer. We also have the marker and the pop-up. So marker and pop-up. Okay, and now the only problem that we have is the position. So we need to give this map container, which is the component that is actually responsible for rendering the map itself, some starting position. So let's create that here. So const, and I'm going to call it map position. And actually this should be state, because later on when this map position changes, we want the map then to re-render. So let's use a piece of state here. And as a starting position, I will create an array. And then let's say the latitude, which is the first value, is 40. And then the longitude, let's say 0. So the map container here, this center prop, expects an array of latitude and longitude. And so that's why I'm defining the position here like that. And then here, of course, we need to destructure that into map position and set map position. And so then here, let's replace this one and also here temporarily this marker. So let's give it a save and let's see. And well, that didn't really go as expected. Let's try to manually reload here. But well, there's no map to be seen. So let's maybe quit our application here and restart. So maybe we need that in order to get that package in, but apparently not. So still no map. So let's try to inspect here. So to see if anything was actually loaded. So here's that map container. And indeed, there is something there. So something new that we definitely didn't put there ourselves. So it is working, but as we can see up here, so there, the height of the element is actually 0. And so that's why we cannot see the map. And so the reason for that is that here, I actually forgot to include a class that I have already created. So here in this CSS module, so notice how here we have this map container, which we are already using, and we also have this map. And so this one, all it does is to set the height to 100%. And so on this one here, we already have the class, but now I also need to add it right here. So class name is styles.map. And here let's actually remove this event handler. And well, there's still no map, but here it is. Nice. So that works beautifully. So we can zoom out and move to different places. As you see, it then takes a bit of time to load these tiles. And speaking of the tiles, I actually want them to have a different style. So notice how here the maps looks a little bit different. So I think it does look a lot nicer. So a bit more in line with the colors of the rest of the application. And so for that, we need to change the URL here of the tiles. And one that I like is just very simple to change. Just change this here to fr, then /hot, and that's it. So maybe we need to manually reload. And there it is. So these colors, I think, are a lot more organic. Now, what I also want to do here is that I want to change the zoom when I scroll on my mouse. So right now, that doesn't happen, so that doesn't work, and that's because here the scroll wheel zoom prop is set to false. So let's just set that to true, come back here, and for some reason we always need to reload, but then that works. Nice. Now, for some reason, we don't get the pop-up there. So let's load that once again. And so, yeah, you see that if we click here, we actually get the text that is right here inside the pop-up. So this thing here is the marker, and what opens when we click is the pop-up. So of course, we don't want this one here in the starting position, but instead, we will want one pop-up for each of our cities. And so let's implement that in the next video. Next up, let's display one marker and pop-up for each of our cities. So that means that we now need to get access to the cities here in this map component, right? Well, for that, we thankfully have now our global state. So the state that is living inside our context, which is easily made available to every single component that we wanted. And so now we want it here. So we want to read cities out of the city's context, and so we use our custom hook called use cities. All right, and so this is the power of having global state. Whenever you need a piece of state, you just grab it, and there it is. You don't have to pass any props, and yeah, it's really easy like this and really helpful. And so now, of course, we don't want the marker here just in this fixed position, but instead we want one marker for each city object. So we're basically just going to loop over that cities array and display one of these for each. Now, before we can do that, we should go first to our data and clean it up a bit. Because remember how we copied two of them, so these last two here, and so they have exactly the same coordinates as the other ones. So that we don't want. So only these three. Now notice again that each of them has the position property, and then in there we have let and lng. And so now we are going to use this position here to display one marker for each of them. So let's actually leave this code here so we don't have to write it again. But of course, we now need to enter JavaScript mode so that we can loop over this array. And then we want exactly to render a marker for the city object. So where does this end? Right here. But of course, now we need to change the position here. So right now, it seems like we got multiple at this point. So we have all that shadow. But of course, now we need to change this. And so just like the center prop here in the map container, this position prop expects an array. So an array of the latitude first and then the longitude. And so that is at city.position. So just as we saw earlier, .let, and then the longitude is similar at position.lng. Now here we will also need a key, and so let's just use city.id. Okay, now that marker is gone from there, but hopefully it is close by in Madrid. So, and yes, nice, there it is. So it corresponds to this city right here. Let's just reload to get rid of those other cities. And yeah, so we have one marker here in Madrid, another one in Lisbon for this, and then finally, of course, there will be one in Berlin. Nice. So that worked. Now, if we zoom in and then click, we of course get this pop-up, but it still has this generic text. And so now we want to do something a bit more customizable. Now notice how this pop-up here has some styles applied to it. And so that's because when we inspect here, we can see that this pop-up actually gets a few classes that Leaflet puts there. And so I'm using those classes here in the CSS module to style some things about the pop-up. So all of this right here. And so if you build your own application with a map, you can just grab these styles if you want. So we're styling the wrapper here, then the content itself, and then also the tip, so that triangle there. And so there's a lot of different things to style. And notice how here, again, we need to use this trick of making this global so that CSS modules then doesn't attach any of these random strings to our classes, because then they would not map to the classes that Leaflet exports. All right, but anyway, let's now customize our text in here. And here really we can have any content that we want. So let's place the emoji in a span and then the city in a span. So city.emoji and then another span element with city.city name. And yeah, nice. So we're making great progress here. And yeah, the next thing that we want to do is that when we click here on one of these cities, then it should not only open the city component here, but it should also move to that position on the map. So basically, we will want to update our map position state here. And so, again, let's leave that for the next lecture. So now let's set the position of the map to the currently selected city, and let's also attach an event handler to the map. Now, thanks to the query string, we already have the position of the current selected city right here. So remember how previously we did that, where we read the latitude and the longitude right here from the URL, right? And so, again, we do already have that data right here so that we can now display the map in that position. So just to try this out, let's for now disable this position and then simply center on the, well, let's change the names here. So let's call this one the map latitude and the map longitude. And so then let's use them here. Give it a save. And we should probably reload then. And then indeed, our map goes right to Lisbon. Now maybe we should have this a bit zoomed out. So let's try maybe the zoom of 6 here. Reload again. So yeah, that looks a bit nicer. So indeed, this is where Lisbon is. But watch what happens when we go now back and select another city. So you see that the map actually did not move there. And so that's because this center here is actually not reactive. So basically, when this position here changes, the map will not move there. And so we need to implement this functionality on our own within this leaflet library. Now in this library, everything works with components. So whenever we need to implement a functionality like this, we need to create a custom component and then use that component in here. So let's create that component right here in the same file, and of course not create a new one, because this will really make part of the map in the end. So let's call this change center, but it could really be called anything. So again, this component is our own component. It's not given to us by Leaflet. However, what is given to us by Leaflet is the useMap hook. So we need the useMap hook to basically get the current instance of the map that is currently being displayed. So we need this map so that now on this map object, we can call the set view. And so then here, let's receive a position as a prop. And so then let's set the view to that position and also to the zoom level of 6. So here we need to place the zoom level, or actually it's apparently optional, so we don't need that. And then in the end, since this is a component, it needs to return some JSX. So let's return null, which is completely valid JSX. So we have our component, and now we can use that right here. So we just include that here and pass in the position prop, which is going to be basically this one. So this array of the current map latitude and longitude. So this should now fix it, and you see that it already moved there. So let's go back, and now we have a problem, because this map latitude and longitude now no longer exist, right? So they are undefined. And so that's probably what we will read somewhere here. And yeah, so we cannot read properties of null, or yeah, so that's what's happening here in this change center component. Now, one solution would be to define some default value here. So let's say also 40 and 0. And so let's see what we get then. Well, now the same problem applies right here. So let's actually remove this and get back to the original map position. So reload that. And now let's see what happens when I click. And it does move to Lisbon. But now as I click here, watch what happens. So it goes back to that original position. And so that's really not what we want. So now we go to Berlin. And again, as we go back, it will move back here. But in the original application, that's not what happens. So let's say we move here to Paris, and then as we go back, it stays there, which is a lot nicer user experience. So basically, we want our map component to remember this latitude and longitude over time. And so that's the reason why we created a state variable here in the very beginning. So this map position right here. So this is where we will want to remember this map longitude and latitude. And so we now need to synchronize the two of them. So let's use an effect for that. Just like this. And this one should then run whenever one of them changes. So if the map latitude or the map longitude changes, then what we will want to do is to set a new position. So set map position, and then again an array with the current map latitude and map longitude. And this, of course, can only happen if these values actually exist. So let's check that here first. And map longitude. All right. And so now with this, we synced our map position state with the current latitude and longitude as it comes from the URL. And so that value will then be remembered even as we move back to our lists when the latitude and longitude then disappear from the URL. And so with this, the map should then no longer move around. So let's check that. So as I go to Lisbon and then go back, well, that's still jumping, but it is because we are not using the correct values down here yet. So I got scared there for a second, but this should solve it. So here we also no longer need that. And we also don't need this. And so let's try again. So hopefully this time we won't be deceived. And nice. So it stays there, but then as we click, it moves to another city. And so now our component remembers basically the previous URL that we had. Nice. So this really is not only about including the map, but again, to also learn about this very important hook, which we need from time to time. So here it is to synchronize, again, two systems, which is why I said earlier that useEffect is mostly a synchronization mechanism. All right, so that part is done. And now let's quickly also implement that feature that opens the form whenever we click somewhere on the map. So that is not as easy as just handling or as just adding here the onClick prop. So that doesn't exist here. So once again, this is a feature that we need to implement on our own. And so we need to create yet another custom component here. So let's call this one here detect click, for example. And then here we need to use another one of the React Leaflet library's custom hooks. And this one is called use map events. And this one we don't save anywhere, but instead we pass in an object where we can define a few properties for different type of events. And one of them is the click event. So this is a bit of a weird syntax or a bit of a weird way of doing things, but this is just how it works in this library. And so here we specify a callback function which gets the current event, and then we can do something here. So what do we want to do actually? Well, we want to navigate to the form, right? And so let's actually get this navigate hook from here and place that here, because now we want to programmatically navigate to the form URL, so the form path. So just like this for now. And so let's now check this by also including that component here. So detect, click, and let's see. Nice. So that's just what we were looking for. Now, when we add this new city, we will then create a new city object, which we want to contain that position, right? So just like the objects that we already have, the new city object will also need to have the position. And so this means that we need to give this form component here also access to the position where the click on the form occurred. So how can we do that? Well, let's once again leverage the power of the URL here and basically just store that state in the URL. So as we click here, we can navigate to the form with the latitude and longitude set to wherever the click happened. And so then inside the form, we can easily read that data from the URL, just like we did also in the map component already. So exactly the same thing. So basically using again this kind of global state to pass data between pages. So without this, we would have to create some global state variable where we would temporarily store that position, which would be a lot more work than simply storing it in the URL. So let's quickly do that. And to do that, I will just quickly take a look at the event object that we get here. So let's say we click somewhere here. And so let's see. Yeah, here is the special part. So here we have the let LNG property, which gives us exactly the position that has been clicked. So if we click somewhere else, then we will get something different. Right? So this is, of course, not the native event object that is created by the DOM or by React, but instead, this is really coming from the Leaflet library. And so let's now then build, again, a query string so that we can then read that data later in the form. So here we want event dot, let's see the name again, let LNG, all in one, let LNG, and then dot let. Okay, then another one, which is LNG, and then e dot let LNG dot LNG. Okay, looks a bit confusing, but yeah, it actually isn't so confusing. So let's get rid of these curly braces again. And so, as we click now again here, then we get that data here right into our URL. Great. Now we're not going to read that data into the form yet, but we will do that once we start actually working with this form. For now, we just added these two interactions to our form. So first, the interaction where we can move the map around as we click here on different cities. And then second, we can now interact with the map by clicking on it. And now to finish this part, let's incorporate a geolocation feature. And to do that, we will actually bring back the custom hook that we wrote earlier in one of the challenges. Now, if you didn't complete that challenge, then you can just grab this custom hook here from this URL that I will provide in this lecture. And so this is now really the power of custom hooks. So we just write them once, and then we can drop them into any project that we want. So at least if we made them reusable enough. So let's just copy, well, actually we're missing this part. So let's copy all of this, and then let's first create a new folder here for our hooks. So then we get a new nice icon there. And then let's say use geolocation.js. So this one doesn't have to be a JSX file because we are not exporting any JSX. So it's just a JavaScript function. Now here we are missing the useState hook. So let's include it like this. And then let's actually export this function from here. And here I'm not doing a default export, but really a named export. So that's how I like to do it with hooks, because sometimes we can have multiple custom hooks in the same file. And so then it's easier to have this convention where we always export them with named exports. Now there's just one thing that I want to change in this custom hook, which is to have it allow a default position. So I want this custom hook to receive a default position, but if not, then let's set the position to null. So to null instead of an empty object that we have right now. So I think that the empty object doesn't make a lot of sense, and instead this should be null. And so here let's now use that default position, which will default to null if it's not set. Okay, and so with this we can then use the getPosition function on any button to retrieve the current position of our user. And so let's use that here now. And I like to always have all my hooks at the very top to keep the code a bit more organized. So let's do that here. And for now, just leaving it empty. So use geolocation. And then we have to manually import that here. So import use geolocation from. We need to move up, then into the hooks folder and use geolocation. Now let's just check again what this actually exports. So it exports is loading, position, error, and get position. Now let's not use the error, but only these other ones. So is loading, but since we are already using a variable with this name, let's actually rename it. So is loading position. So just to avoid any confusion, then we have the position, and let's again rename it to geolocation position so that we are really sure what each of the variable names means. And then let's also get the getPosition function. Now, okay. And now we need to trigger this with the button right here. So let's place that button also right here in this div. So besides this map container. So for this, we will bring back our button component that we built earlier. And then here, this one is of the type of position. So I know that because here in the CSS module, that's one of the types of classes that we have. So we have the primary button, the back button, and the position button. And that's it. So only those three. And here we also need the onClick handler, which is simply get position, like this. And then here, let's do some conditional rendering and ask, is loading position? Then here display loading, and otherwise use your position. Okay, nice. So we should already see that button here in our UI, and there it is. So let's just reload to make sure. And now let's see. So we click here, and then we get the question if we want to allow the geolocation. So let's say so, and then at some point it will finish. It will, however, not do anything with the map yet because we haven't set that up. But if we come here to our map component somewhere down here in this huge tree, then now it went back to app, so that's not helpful. Right here, yeah, we have our geolocation, and then there we have our position. And so what we want to do then with this position is, of course, to move the map there. All right, and so let's implement that. So basically, we need to do the same thing as before, which is to synchronize this map position now with the geolocation position. So we will need another effect to do that. Now, if we were not using the custom hook for the geolocation, then we could, of course, directly store the received position into map position. So right here, we would then, set map position right here. However, since we are using this custom hook, we cannot easily do that. So we could, of course, pass in a setter function as well, but that's not the point here. So instead, this geolocation hook should actually have its own position state. We just happen to now want to synchronize that state here with our map position so that we can then display exactly that. So let's do that here. And so I was telling you about all that because in React, there's right now a push to write as little effects as possible. And so if we did what I mentioned earlier, then we could just avoid this one. So then we wouldn't need this effect. But it's also not a big deal. So all we're going to do is to just synchronize two variables here, very similar to what we have here. So here we will run this effect each time that the geolocation position changes. And then what we want to do here is to check if the position actually exists. So only if it exists, then we want to set the map position. And then let's create an array here. So geolocation position dot lng and geolocation position dot, actually here it's the lng and here the latitude. Okay, so at the beginning, the geolocation position will by default still be null, and so then this code here doesn't run. But then as we click this button, the geolocation will get retrieved, and then of course this state here will update. And so then this effect will run, which will then in turn set the map position, which will re-render the whole component once more, and then finally the map can move to that new position. So basically this effect here introduces another render, which is one of the reasons why we should avoid having too many effects. But we will learn more about that in the next section. But anyway, I think with this we are done. So let's check, and it should move to somewhere close to Lisbon. So yeah, there it is. So this is not because there's a city there, but really because that's where my GPS location is pointed to. But we can actually change that somewhere. I haven't done that in a long time. So maybe it's right here somewhere. Yeah, I think it's in sensors. Yeah, here we can set the location, for example, to San Francisco. And so if I do this again, then let's see what happens. Yeah, we actually moved to San Francisco. So that's where this is in the US West Coast. And so this did work. But now, of course, let's go back. And actually, this button should really disappear once the geolocation position has been received. So the user will not suddenly move somewhere else. And so it doesn't make a lot of sense that this button stays here after the position has already been received. So yeah, let's load this button here conditionally. So only if there is no geolocation position yet. So in that case, display the button. And so now it is gone. Okay, and with this, our map here is actually feature complete. So we can move between cities like this, and we can use our own position to also move the map to that geolocated position. And finally, as we click somewhere on the map, that will then move there as well, open the form, and place the current clicked position in the URL. Great! And in the next lecture, it's actually time to start working on this form. So let's move there right away. So in this lecture, we're going to use the position data in order to fetch all necessary information about the city where the user has clicked. So for example, if the user clicks here on Rome, then we want to automatically fetch that data here from an API. So from a reverse geocoding API. And so let's now go do that. So let's open up our form. And now the first thing that we need to do is to actually get the location data from the URL into this component. So reading here this global state that is stored in the URL. Now we already did the same thing before, which is right here in the map, right? So the map also depends on that data in order to move to the city that the user has clicked. So that's this logic right here plus this. Now, should we just go copy paste this into this other component? Well, I think that it actually makes sense to create a new custom hook now. So let's call this use URL position.js. All right, and so then let's move that here and grab all this. And so now we are extracting some more stateful logic into a custom hook. Now in this case, well, let's first create a function here. So use URL position. So as I was saying, here we are actually creating a custom hook on top of another custom hook. So this is also a custom hook that is coming from React Router, but this is perfectly fine. So as long as our logic has at least one React hook, we need to create our own custom hook if we want to reuse that logic. So now we need to import that here. And then what we want is to return. And here, let's just actually give them more generic names, because this is meant to be reusable. And so, yeah, let's export this. And with this, we are done. And so then, whenever we need the position from the URL, we very simply just call this one function, and that's it. So here, let's then import that data. And here we can now again call it maplet and maplng from use URL location. So somehow there's no auto import. So let's do that ourselves. So use URL location like this. And that actually doesn't work. And I guess that's because it is actually called position. So use URL position. So let's fix that URL position. And so with that, the map is back to working just like before. And so then we can just grab this line of code and use it inside our form. So placing that right here, let's try to import this now. And there we go. So now inside the form, we should have also the location. So this is somehow not working. So let's see. Here it is. Well, that's actually apparently not working. So there's nothing in here. So let's see if actually the app still works here. And yeah, it does. Well, let's try to log this to the console here. Maybe I just somehow didn't see it. Yeah, there we go. So that's working indeed. And so let's now use this data to actually do the reverse geocoding. So getting the city information, or really any information about the GPS position that we are currently located at. Let's just call this here let and lng. And then we want to fetch this data right when the component mounts. So let's use effect for that. Now the data that we're going to fetch here is not going to go into our global state, so into the global city's context, because this data is only relevant for then creating a cities object that will be added to the array. So you only really need this data right here in this component. And so then we just fetch it right here. All right. So let's, as always, create an async function and then fetch city data, for example, and then a try catch block as always. So we're going to need a few pieces of state here apart from the ones that we already have. So first, let's say is loading, then let's say geocoding, and then set is loading geocoding. And again, I'm using a different name here because we already used is loading in our context, so somewhere else. So here we then start by setting this to true. Then we will have our catch block as always. And then also the finally block, where in the end we set is loading back to false. Okay, so that's one of the states. And then let's also create one to store the city name. City name, set city name, or actually we already have those. So city name and country are already up there. So let's just move this one over there. And so then let's keep writing our code here. So as always, let's create a variable called response, which will await fetching the actual data. And here at the top of this file, you should already have the URL. So let's grab that and I will paste down here. And then out here, I will create again a variable called base URL. And so this is basically all of this, but then without the more specific part. Okay, and so then let's here build the actual URL. So we want the base URL, and then as we see here, we add the latitude and the longitude like this. Okay, and so then here is where we use that data. So the latitude that we got from our URL and the longitude. Okay, and immediately React is telling us that we now need to add them as a dependency, which makes total sense. Or actually, let me not add them for now so that I can show you later what's going to happen if we don't do that. So that's going to be a nice exercise, I think. So then we await res.json from there. And then, as always, let's just log that to the console first. Then we need to call the function out here. Let's reload that. And here we immediately get something. So I'm not really sure where I clicked, but apparently we clicked on some city called Val de Mecca or something like that. So this is basically what we want here. So the locality Or there should actually also be a city. So that's not really appearing right now. So let me now demonstrate what happens if I click somewhere else. So now with this still open, if I click here, for example, on Rome, then you see that nothing happened, even though the URL there has changed. So basically the latitude and longitude have changed, right? However, we didn't fetch any new data. And so do you know why that is? Well, it's because we are missing these values here in the dependency array. So this function here has no way of knowing that this data has actually changed. And so therefore the effect is then not executed again. But if we pass both of them in, then our effect will know that there has been a change. So now here we get the city property, which is what we want to use usually. Now, if we're just clicking on some small place, like in the middle of nowhere, then the city is going to be empty. And so then we can just use the locality. So let's then set the city name to data.city. And if that doesn't exist, then we do data.locality. And then let's just account for the case where that also doesn't exist. And so then let's just set it to an empty string. Then here we also get the country name. And so let's also set the country name, because later on we will want to set that country also to the new city object. So that's data.country name. And if we take a look here, then you see that actually it already changed here. So that's because down here in our JSX, we are already referencing the city name right here. And so that is already working. So let's click somewhere else. Like here it says Latina. So let's see. And indeed, it then changes everywhere here to Latina. Then what we also want to do is to convert that country name to an emoji so that we can then use that right here. So how do we do that? So should we create another piece of state here for that? Well, that's actually not really necessary. So we can just derive that using this function that I already provided here. So we can just calculate emoji here based on that information. So convert to emoji, and then this simply receives a country code. Well, we actually don't have that country code anywhere. So that's this one right here. So we don't have that. So if we want to get that out here, we would have to create another piece of state. And so instead, let's actually break what I just said and create a state variable for the emoji after all. Set emoji and then use state. So you have so many pieces of state here that it might even make sense to use a use reducer at this point. But here, let's just keep it simple and then set emoji right here. So this is not a big problem of having all of these different states, because these state updates, as we learned before, are going to be batched, at least since React version 18. So then here we can call that function, convert to emoji, and then it's data.country code. So let's see, then we need to remove that here. And beautiful, there it is. Nice. So we are almost done here, but now let's account for a different situation. So let's say I click somewhere here in the middle of nowhere, so in the water where nothing really is. So then we see that the city name is this weird thing. Or if I click here, then, well, it's something that's not really meaningful. So let's see what we have. So this is not a city. It's not a country, so it's really nothing. All it has is this weird locality set to that. Now, if I click in here, that is apparently still part of the country. And so then here everything works. But then out here in the middle of the sea, we don't have any data. So we don't have any country, for example. And so let's now then not display the form in that situation and instead tell the user to click somewhere else. So how can we do that? Well, I think a good idea to do this is to create an error. So right here, before even setting any state, we can say that if there is no data.country code, for example, then throw a new error saying that doesn't seem to be a city. Click somewhere else. More like this. And then let's just add a friendly emoji here. And here we need the double quotes. Okay. And then here we can catch that error and place it into our state so that then we can, depending on that state, display a message right there. So let's create another piece of state here called geocoding error and set geocoding error. So by default, this will be empty, and we want to make it empty also here at the beginning. So to basically reset the error. But then if there actually is an error like this one here, or even like some other error, then we want to set geocoding error to the error.message. So whatever we pass here into the error will become error.message. And now here we can then say that if there is a geocoding error, then just return the message component that we already created earlier. So here, this then requires the message prop, which is exactly going to be the geocoding error. And so that's already working. So if I click here on this city, then it works. But if I click here, then there doesn't seem to be a city. Nice. And now just one final thing, which is also the case where the city is currently loading. So is loading geocoding, then return a spinner. All right. So notice that that's actually a lot better. So showing the user that something is happening. Okay. And so with this, we are now almost ready to actually add a new city like this to our cities array. So into our city state and uploading it to that fake API so that then it ends up here into our list. And so let's move on to the next lecture and do that. Okay, so now it's time to finally add a new city and upload it to our fake API. But before we go do that, there's two things that we need to do first. So the first thing is that imagine that the user somehow goes to the form without there being a latitude and a longitude. So what's going to happen then is that the geocoding API will get your location from geolocation and then get all the city information about that location as usual. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. And so we should only run this effect here if there actually is a latitude and a longitude. Because right now, again, there are none. So there are none in the URL. And so here in our effect, we can just check if there is no latitude and no longitude, then just return immediately. And so if we then try that again, so coming there just like this, then nothing is going to happen. And so then like this, no HTTP request is fired off. Now in this situation, we probably also don't even want to display the form, right? And so we can then again account for that here. So saying that if there is no lat and no longitude, then just return again a message. So message with the prop of message saying start by clicking somewhere on the map. So telling the user basically what to do. And so that's what we get then. So then, of course, as we click here, like on Barcelona or close, then yeah, it works. All right. Now, as we go back, notice that we don't really go back to the list of cities, but instead, really, we just go back one in the history stack. So if we click on some city here, then on another one, but then maybe we want to go back to Barcelona, we can just click here, and then the map will move back. Now, I'm not sure if that's really the behavior that the user is expecting, but I think it works fine like this. So we can always just come back also by clicking here on this cities button. But anyway, now it's time to actually create those new city objects. And so for that, we need to start by listening to the submit event. So on submit, and then let's create, as always, a handle submit function. So let's do that here after the effect. Function handle submit, which gets access to the event. Now, this form will get submitted when one of the buttons is clicked. Remember? So that's just how HTML works. So that is also the reason why here in this back button, we did e.prevent default, so that this button actually does not submit the form. So then only this add button here can submit the form. So when we click that, then the handle submit function will get called. And then here we need to do again event.prevent default, because again, otherwise our page here will actually get a hard reload, which we do not want in a single page application. Now, at the beginning of the lecture, I said that we should do two things before actually writing this code here. So before actually creating the city. So that was to fix the form in case there is no latitude and longitude in the URL. And second, what I want to do is that here we want a bit more of a friendly way of adding a date. So here the question is, when did you go to this city? And so, of course, this is not what we want to write. So usually we then have some kind of date picker. And so let's get ourselves a date picker again as an NPM package. So now maybe you'll start noticing the trend that whenever we need something that we don't want to build ourselves, we just grab it from NPM. And so that is one of the huge advantages of React, so that there is always some package available for whatever we need. So here we can just npm install React date picker, which will, as the name says, give us a date picker component for React. And as always, it's a good idea to basically try to check out the documentation of whatever packages that we are bringing in. So this is the package that we're looking for. And notice how it has like 4 million downloads a month. So this is a hugely popular package. And so this is what it's going to look like. So here we did that. And notice how we also need to import then the CSS. But one thing at a time. So here, where is that? Yeah, so when did you go? Instead of this input right here, what we want is now that date picker. So let's see what it looks like. Yeah, this is the name of the element. Then let's import that also. So import date picker from React date picker like this. All right. And then let's see what we get. So this is really not so nice yet. And so that's why we need to include that CSS. So let's come to our documentation, just copy this line of code and place that there. And so now let's see if we get something a bit nicer. And indeed, that looks a lot better. All right, so let's now then define a few props here, because of course, as we click this, so as we click a certain date, we then need to store that date somewhere. So the way we do that is to, just like any other input element, the onChange prop. So basically we can actually just grab this here, or actually not really, because it's going to be different. So onChange, and then here, actually in this callback function, what we get is the selected date. So not an event, but really the date. And so then all we have to do is set date to that date that we just received. And then we also want to display the current date. And so usually we do that here with the value prop, like this. But here, instead, we just use the selected prop, which we then set to the current date. So at the beginning, that date is going to be basically today. So that's what this is. And finally, we can also specify the date format. So with a string, and then we can say day, then here 2 uppercase M's for the month. And so here you see that now it is nicely formatted as March 31st, which is today. And then as we click here, we can select some other date, and then that's going to show up there. Okay, then let's just add this ID here as well, just to make this attribute right here work, so that we click here, then it selects that. So I'm not sure if we ever did this before, but so this is again just basic HTML, with the difference that in normal HTML, here this is called for, at least I believe so. And then when you click here, it will select the element which has the same ID name as this one. But in React, here the prop is called HTML4. Okay, so now that we have a nice way of inputting the date, let's come here and do something with this. Now, first of all, if there is no city name or no date, then we don't want to do anything. So then we just return. But if there is, then let's create ourselves a new city object. So let's call that new city. And so here what we want is the city name, the country, the emoji, the date, the notes that the user provided here in this box, the position as well. So position, and remember that this is an object with the latitude and longitude. And if you're not sure about the data format here, then basically this is what we're looking for. All right, and so I think we have all of this now, except for the ID, but that is going to be automatically created by the JSON server, so by that fake API itself. So let's just log that to the console, just to make sure that everything is looking nice. Okay. And nice. So everything's looking great right here. And so let's then finally create that function which uploads this new object to our fake API. And just like all the other functions that are about that API, we do that in the context. So right here in the cities context. So we already have get city, and now, well, let's just copy and paste this again. Here we create city, and this gets as input a new city. All right. Now here we don't need this, So just 2 cities. And since this is now going to be a post request, we need to specify here the options object. So the method is post. Then the actual data that we want to send now is in the body property. And so that's going to be the new city converted to JSON. Or actually to a string, not to JSON. And then here we just pass in the new city. And finally, we need to specify some headers. So in this case, the content type header should be set to application JSON, just so that the API knows what data format it is receiving. All right, so pretty standard stuff. And if you're not used to this, then this is, again, nothing about React. This is just the standard way of creating a post request to an API. So basically to send some data to an API. All right, then here, for now, we don't need to set anything. And then all I want to do for now here is to see the result of doing this operation. Okay, and so now we are ready to call this function inside our handler function in the form. So let's pass this into the context. So create city, and then we can grab that function from there right here. So const create city, and then use cities, and yeah, then let's do that. Let's remove that and instead create city with the new city. Okay, so let's try that. And nice. So here we are now getting back this city object, not from here, but actually from this console.log over here. So this one right here. And so this is the newly created city. Now, if we open this, then we see that it has this new ID, right? Okay, but now watch what happens as we go back. So maybe we expect to now see this city name there, but as we go back, it is not there. So it hasn't been added to this state right here. So why do you think that is? Well, if we think about this, then it actually makes sense, because nowhere in our code we are updating the state that is displaying these cities here. So these cities are simply fetched once in the beginning, but they are never updated. So this cities state right here. Again, it is fetched in the beginning, but we did not update that, right? Now, if we reloaded the page, then that new city would appear down here. But that's only because, well, we refetched the data. And so then, of course, it needs to be there. And so what we also need to do here is to add that new city to our state. So basically, we're going to keep the application state in sync with the state from the UI. Or in other words, using the terminology that we have learned earlier in this section, we're going to keep the UI state in sync with remote state. Now, this is usually not the way to go, but in a small application like this one, it is perfectly fine of doing this. And in the next big application, we will then learn how to better do this. So there we will use a specialized tool called React Query, which will make it so that whenever we add something new to the remote state, that data will then automatically get refetched into our application. So that would fix this problem. But in this case, we will just do the same thing manually. So we'll now just also set cities, and then we take the current cities and return a new array with the current cities plus the data, which is basically the new city. Okay, so let's try that again somewhere else, maybe here. It's not really important here. And so now let's add And then let's go back. And there it is. Nice. And of course, if we reload, it has been persisted to the API as well. So really, if we open this file, it is now here in this file. So these new cities that we added have indeed been added also here to our cities.json. So this is how this fake API works. So it really works as if it was a real API. It's hard to notice that it isn't. All right, but now going back, we are still not really finished. So let's click somewhere else here. And so two things that we need to improve. First of all, there needs to be some loading indicator that tells the user that we are currently adding a city. And then after that, we want to navigate back to the cities list. And so that's the use case that I mentioned when I first talked about programmatic navigation. Remember that? So first of all, let's get the loading state. So because right now, when we're creating a city, we also set is loading to true. And so we can then, as always, get access to that here in this component through our context. So we can get access to that value. So is loading, and we could now give it any other name, but this is okay as well. So when this is loading, I want to now add a special class here that I created. So let's check that out. It is, just the loading class. So that will then make the button here look disabled, and also the opacity will go down a bit. But let's see. So once again, when we need multiple classes with CSS modules, we create a template literal. And then here we can add that class conditionally. So is loading, then here we want styles.loading, and if not, then nothing. So let's do a Portuguese city now again. Let's edit, and nice. So you saw for a short moment here, the form grayed out and was inactive. And then after that, the new city appeared here. So immediately then, when the form became visible again, that pin showed up there on the map, meaning that the new city has indeed been added. And so now, finally, what we want to do is to then programmatically navigate back to that list. So we do that right here. So, well, first we need to actually get that function. So remember, that is with the use navigate hook. And then we can use that here. All right, and we want to go back to the app page, which, remember, will then automatically redirect to cities. So we can actually write that here immediately. All right. However, if we do it like this, it's not going to work as expected, because then right after we call this function here, immediately the navigation will happen. But that's not what we want. Instead, since this is an async function, so it is indeed an async function, and so it will return a promise, and so we can then await that here, for which, of course, we need to make this async in turn. All right, so that's perfectly fine. So the handler function can be an async function. That's no problem at all. And so I think with this, we have everything that we needed. So let's try another one. And beautiful. So that other city is down here. That's why we didn't see it immediately. But yeah, there it is. And so with this, we finish this feature. So this was the biggest and hardest feature yet, I believe. So let's just very quickly recap everything that we did. So first of all, we got the position basically from the URL as soon as the form is opened. So for that, we created this custom hook, which will get us the latitude and longitude. Then each time those change, we fetch the data about that location, so the city name, the country name, and so on, so that we can then display that here nicely in the form. So otherwise the user would have to write that out manually, which is not nice. It would also not have been nice if they had to write out the date here manually. And therefore, we gave the users this date picker so that they can choose from there. And then with all the data in place, we are ready to submit the form. So then we create this new object here and pass that into the create city function. So this create city function lives in our city's context along with all the other functions that are responsible for updating the state that is related to cities. And so that's why this lives here. And so this then creates a post request which will mutate, so it will update the server state, so the remote state. And we then also update the UI state right here so that the new object immediately gets reflected in our UI here as well. So otherwise we would have to manually refetch the data so that it then shows up. And then finally, after all that is done, so we await that operation here, and then in the end we navigate back to the page where we came from. And that's it. So maybe try to review this on your own if it's still a bit confusing, but if everything is crystal clear, then let's move on to the next lecture where we will just quickly create the ability of also deleting cities. Deleting a city is the next feature that we're going to implement. And I promise it's going to be a lot faster than the previous ones. So all that we need to do is to create a function that will delete a city from the API and here from the state, and then just call that function when we click on this button. All right. So let's first set up the event handler on that button. And so that button is located inside of each city item. So we already have that right here. So here we're going to need the onClick event handler. And for now, the only thing that I want to do is to log something to the console just so we can see something. So, because what I want to demonstrate is, watch what happens when I click now here on this button. So it logs to the console, but also it goes here to this cities page, right? And the reason for that is that by clicking on this button, we are at the same time also clicking on the link. And so we need to prevent that from happening first. So let's create a handle click function and then just create that here. And so here this needs to receive the current event so that then we can do e.prevent default like this. All right. And if we now log something to the console again, let's quickly reload. So if we click here now again, then that should only log that to the console, but not go there. And indeed, that's how it works. So now the link is no longer clicked, but really only the button. And so now here we want to call that function in this place where we delete the item. And so, since this is again about our cities data, we go back to our cities context, and then let's just copy paste this function once more. Let's call it delete city. And here all we need is an ID, and then we submit a request to the URL with that ID. And here the method is going to be delete. So we don't need any of this. And we also don't need this. And here let's change the message. There's an error deleting city. And here, let's also say that there was an error creating the city. All right. So here we are deleting the city with the ID from the API. And then here also we need to, again, delete it from the city's state. So just like many times before, deleting is basically to filter, because we want the new array to be shorter than the current one. So we say cities.filter, and then we want all the cities where the city.id is different from the one that was passed in. So just like this, and then here we don't even need to store the result of this. And I think that should be good. So let's pass that into our context, delete city. And then of course, here we need to get that. So we already have current city. And so then let's also get delete city. And then all we need to do is to call delete city here with the current ID. And that's going to be it. Now what's going to happen is that this will then, of course, update here the loading state, and therefore our entire list here will then appear as loading. So let's see if that works. And yeah, that city is gone. Try that again, and again, and again. And so now we are back at our initial state. And let's just reload to make sure that it also was deleted from the API. And it looks like it was. Nice. So a very important feature. And now that is also completed. So we're almost done now with this project. It's already working really nicely. So I'm really enjoying working on this. And what I want to do next is to convert this state management that we have going on here to a reducer. So that's a common pattern that you will see together with the context API. And so I want to show you how to do that in the next lecture. Let's now build an advanced state management system by combining the context API with a use reducer hook, which is a pretty common pattern in React development. Now, with all the knowledge that we already have, and with all the code that we already wrote here, this is actually not going to be such a big deal. So we already know about all the fundamental pieces of this advanced state management system. All we have to do is to now combine these three states here into a reducer, and then change our code here a little bit to use that reducer function. So basically what we're going to do is to refactor the entire code here in the city context to, again, use a use reducer hook now instead of these use states. So let's start by creating the reducer function, which gets the current state and the action, remember. And for now, I will just leave it like this. And then let's also create the initial state as always. So again, we already know how all of this works. So the cities start as an empty array. Then we have isLoading, which starts at false. And then the current city starts as an empty object. So just what we have here. So let's then get rid of these for now. And then let's create the state and the dispatch function out of the use reducer hook. And so here we pass in, as always, the reducer and the initial state. And actually here we can immediately destructure the state back into our cities, isLoading, and the current city. Now, as soon as I'm going to save this, then we will get some errors because, well, first of all, here it's called reducer, like this. But worse than that is that all of these set state functions here are no longer defined. And so we are now going to replace those basically with the dispatch function. Now here inside our reducer function, remember that we should put as many logic as possible so that we have this central place that handles all the business logic and basically all the state transitions. Now the problem in this case here is that reducers need to be pure functions, which means that we cannot do these API requests that we do right here inside the reducer function. So all we can do is to still make these fetch requests out here, so in separate functions, and then after the data has already been received, then we can dispatch actions to the reducer. So what this means is that when asynchronous data and asynchronous code is involved, then we don't get that nice benefit where we can simply pass the dispatch function into the context value instead of all of these event handler functions like this. But let's first implement a few actions here, and then we will come back to this topic in a minute, because this is quite important to understand. So let's again do a switch case here, and then, of course, checking for the action dot type. And then here, let's create our different cases. So when we use a reducer in a bit larger application like this one, it's very important to follow a meaningful naming conventions when it comes to the action types. So it's usually a good idea to model these actions as events and not as setters, because this makes it easier to see all the related state transitions. For example, it shouldn't be set cities, but instead we can call this cities / loaded. Or we can also do this, but it's a bit of a naming convention to use a slash like this, at least in the Redux community, which is actually similar to what we are implementing here. So I like to use this slash here because it makes it really easy to understand that this is related to the cities and then that they have been loaded in this case. So we will also have created and deleted. And actually, let's do that right now. So we can say cities created and also cities deleted. And again, it's better to do it like this because then it's really easy to see that in that event, we should both set the cities and probably also set the isLoading state. And so both of these things happen when the cities are loaded. But if we just called it again like set cities, then we might think that all we do in this event is to set the cities. And so this is why, again, we should model our event names more like this. So really as events and not just setters. So let's then actually do what I just said. So here we, as always, return the current state. Then we set isLoading back to false, and we set the cities to action.payload. All right. Here we are missing a default case again. So let's throw a new error like always. Unknown action type. Now here this says it needs a break statement, but we will take care of that in a minute. Because if we just return here, like we're doing here, then we need no break statements after each case. But anyway, so here we will now be able to use that dispatch function instead of these two. However, what we're also going to need is to set this loading state here to true in the very beginning. So let's also create an action for that. And let's do it here in a logical order in which the events actually happen. So here, let's just call it loading. So without the cities prefix. So we want to take all the current state and then override is loading to true. All right, and so now let's use these. And here we can actually do that outside of the try catch. So dispatch the event type of loading. And then here, as soon as the data arrives, then we can dispatch the type of cities loaded with the payload of data. So this is what we were setting before into the set city state. And so now here we can also get rid of that. But then the problem is that if there is some error, then the loading state will never get back to false. And so actually, to make this a bit more complete, let's also create a new state here for the error. So starting as an empty string, and then let's add a new case here in the end called rejected. And so notice how again I'm giving these here basically a name in the past, so for something that already happened. So we get the error here in this function where the data is loaded, and after that we will dispatch the action. And so then that rejection has already happened. And so that's why then here we call it rejected. So here we return the state, then we set is loading also to false and the error to action dot payload. All right. So here let's just replace that dispatch so where the type is rejected and the payload is going to be then this string. Now we're not really going to use this error state that we just created in our application because we're not doing much error handling there, but this was just to make this a bit more complete so that you can maybe use this in the future for your own small applications. So I think here we handled the entire loading of the cities, and so let's move on here to the next one and see what we need. So we already took care of the loading states, but now here we need to set the current city. So as soon as one individual city arrives from the API. So here we need a new action or a new case for that. So let's call this one city loaded. So return set to false, and then here it is called the current city, which is going to be set to action dot payload. And so now this is all going to be very similar. So let me actually copy this here already into all the functions. And I will also get rid of all the finalies everywhere. So doing it all in one go. Okay. And then this is the last one, I believe. Okay, here we go. And now here we just need to dispatch that action that we just created. So the type is city loaded and the payload is the data. And then here let's also just copy this entire dispatch. And let's just change the string here. So here that's cities. Okay. And now we can finally also create two actions for those two. So with this, we then actually finish this reducer. So as soon as the city has already been created, we set the loading back to false. And then what do we do here with the current cities? Well, that's right. We add the new city also to our local state. So exactly what we have right here. And so remember how I told you earlier that basically what we do here is to keep the remote state in sync with our UI state. So basically here we are adding the new city to our API, and then here we are also setting it to our local state. So doing that manually, which again we will solve in the next big project using React Query. But anyway, for now, here we will add that new city to the current array of cities. And so we spread the state.cities and add action.payload. All right, and then here, let's do something very similar. So let's just actually copy this. But now here, instead of adding the new city, we remove it using a filter. So just like we did down here. So let's just grab this filter. And of course, we need to change it a bit. So that's right here. So here, that is state.cities. And here, this ID is what we actually need to pass into this action. So this will become action.payload. And here there's some problem with that. Okay. And so now let's then use those two. So here we have cities created, or actually thinking about it, this would just be called city. So here we are talking about an individual city. And so let's change that. So all the cities have been loaded. One city has been loaded, one has been created, and one has been deleted. So that makes a bit more sense. And yeah, so city created, and the payload is going to be again the data, which is the newly created city object. And so here, then let's again dispatch the rejected action and then creating the city. Okay, and then finally, let's also replace this one with the dispatch. So here we have city deleted. And then, as I was mentioned, here what we need to pass in is just the ID of the city that should be deleted. Then here. And here we replace this. And as I save this now, you see that all the errors that we had before have been resolved. And so our application should now be back to working. But before we try that out, let's discuss a bit what we just did here and the two options that we have when it comes to passing down the value into our context. So as I said in the beginning, when we are working with asynchronous data and code, we have two options when it comes to the dispatch function. So the first option is to pass in all the state plus the dispatch function into the value. And then we can use the dispatch function inside the components to update state. However, since we're dealing with asynchronous data, we cannot have all the logic inside the reducer. And so in the case that we were passing the dispatch function into the context, then we would have to have this function here inside the component that dispatches the action. And you can try that out for yourself, of course. So you can remove this function from here and not pass it into the context, but instead pass in dispatch. But then you would have to pass all this data fetching logic into that component, which is not really what we want if we want to keep the components nice and clean. And therefore, we are using the second option, which is to not pass the dispatch function into the context, but instead to use it here inside these event handler functions, which these are. So these are event handler functions that are called, for example, here on the click of this delete button. And so then this time we use the dispatch inside of these functions, and then it is these functions that we pass here into the context. Okay, but if we were not dealing with asynchronous data, then it would be better to just pass the dispatch function and then create the actions right inside the components. But anyway, let's make sure that this actually works. So let's come to some city here. And let's see. And beautiful. That just works exactly as before. And the same probably here for loading and also for deleting. Nice. And so now with this structure in place, it is actually quite easy to implement some more related state updates. So that's one of the huge advantages of having all this state updating logic in one central place. For example, we can say that as soon as a city is created, it should also become the currently active city. And so, again, it's now very easy to do that. So we can just say current city is equal to action.payload. And so then if we somewhere here create a new one, then we should see that immediately with this green outline right here. And the same thing actually when we delete a city. So there's no need to then keep it in the current city, and so we can set it back to the original state. Great. And this is actually it. So with this, we successfully converted the useStates that we had here to a reducer, and we even created a new state. So we even created the error, which we're not really using, but well, let's just pass it into the context as well. So that's right here. Okay. And now there's just one small thing that we can improve here, which is really just a small thing. So here, when we get the city, we can check if the ID that is being passed in is the same as the current city. And so basically we can check if the city that we want to load is already the current city. And so then there's no need to call the API again. So that's ID equal to current city.id, then just return. Now here we will just have one problem. And let me actually just show it to you. So this is something very important that we, well, it's not return. We want to console.log this actually. So let's clean this. And here we are still undefined. Let's try another one. So what I wanted to show you here is that the second thing, so this ID right here, is actually a number. So that's why it has this purple color here, while the ID that we have right here is a string. And the reason for that is that we are actually reading this ID somewhere in that component from the URL. And so everything that's coming from the URL will automatically be a string. And so if you want to do any comparisons like this, then you always need to convert this to a number. All right. And so now if we then load 2 times the same city in a row, then it should be instantaneous. So you notice that. So in order to load the city, it of course needs to load from the API. But if we then click the same again, it doesn't do that. Okay. And with this, we really finished. Just make sure again to review everything that we did here and how we are now handling these related state updates together in these events. So again, this combination of a use reducer and the context API is a pretty common pattern in React. And so therefore, it's important that you now know that it exists and that you hopefully also know how to implement it yourself. And by the end of this section, I will give you, of course, a challenge so that you can practice this as well. The last feature that we're going to implement in this section will be to add a fake authentication. And I'm going to explain what I mean by fake in a minute. So, in a typical front-end application, like a typical React application, user authentication usually works in 3 steps. First, we get the user's email and password from a login form and check with an API endpoint if the password for the given user is correct. Then, in the second step, if the credentials are actually correct, we then redirect the user to our main application and we save the user object in our state. And finally, as a third step, we need to protect the application from unauthorized access, so from users who are not currently logged in. And so we're going to implement these 3 steps over these 3 lectures. Now, the part where the fake authentication comes into place is basically in the first step, because we will not ask for the user credentials from an API, but instead we're going to have a hard-coded user object in our application, and we'll simply check if the user and password are correct. So we're basically going to only have one user in this example. But this is just to demonstrate you early on how authentication works. But then, of course, in a later project, we will implement some real authentication. So where the data actually comes from a real database with real users. All right. So remember how I said earlier that we're going to store the user that is logged in into state. And we will also store into state whether the user is currently logged in or not, so that we can protect our application from unauthorized access. And so, in order to do that, let's create another context where we can store that state and give the entire application tree access to that state. So let's come here to our contexts folder, and here I will create the fake auth context.jsx. Okay, and let's get started. And here let's actually just call it auth context and drop the fake part. So create context, and here we don't pass in any initial value. And then let's also add our custom provider. So auth provider, which will, as always, receive the children. And so really notice how this is basically always the same recipe that we follow when we implement a new context in this way. So right here, let's also immediately return the auth context.provider and then place the children right here. And let's also immediately create our custom hook. So use auth. So this is basically all the boilerplate code here that we are writing right now, which again is basically almost the same. Almost always the same, I mean. So use context with the auth context, and then we check if that value is undefined. So if it is, then we throw that new error saying that this context was used outside the auth provider. Okay, and so with this in place, let's now actually think about what we need to do. So let's just come back here to our application, and then here we already have the login form, right? So basically what we want to happen when the user clicks on this button here is for our application to call a login function. And so that login function is where we will then check if the user's credentials are correct. So we need a login function probably here, which will do that. And also we can see here in our final application that we have a logout button. And so we also need that. So clicking those 2 buttons will then create the actions that I mentioned earlier. So setting the user to authenticated and storing the user in state. So let's now create first these functions and then the state itself. So let's just call this one here login, and it will need the email and the password. And then we also need the logout function, which doesn't need any input. And then we need those two state variables, where one contains the user object and the other one stores whether the user is currently authenticated or not. So let's actually do that again using a reducer, because these two state variables will always be updated at the same time. So I really like to use a reducer in this situation, even though if it's a really small reducer. So let's call those user and is authenticated. And then we also get the dispatch function. So use reducer with the reducer function and the initial state. So let's create those. Initial state. So our user will be null in the beginning and is authenticated will be false. And finally, the reducer, who gets access to the current state and the action. And here we can immediately create or two only types. So there are only going to be really two actions here. So that's the login action and then later the logout. So here we want to return the user that should be set to the action.payload, and of course is authenticated set to true. Now, since here we are actually setting both the user and the is authenticated, you might think that we don't even need this part, right? So that this would be exactly the same. And actually it is, because we are indeed, when we do this, replacing both user and is authenticated. However, we should always keep this here, because this makes our code more future-proof. So imagine that in the future, we add some other state variable here, and so then we would have everywhere to remember to then add this back. And so with this, there will never be any problem with that. But anyway, now our second action here. And here the user, when we log out, will simply be back to null and is authenticated back to false. So we could even return the initial state here. And now our default is just throw new error like this. Okay, and so now we are ready to pass everything here into our context value. So that's going to be the user, the is authenticated state, the login function, and the logout function. And again, we could actually also pass the dispatch function here instead of these two, but the login function here will actually have some functionality and some logic, and so let's keep it here. And also in the real world, it would make an API call. So right here, that's not going to happen, and so this is actually a showcase that a context actually doesn't have to do anything with data fetching. So this one will simply contain these two state variables and will then broadcast them to our entire application tree. All right. And now here we can check whether the coming in email and password are correct. And so again, this is where we would typically have an API call, but now we will just compare them to a fake user. So let's get that fake user object, and I have it actually here in the components, in the user component that is part of the starter files. So let's copy this and not cut, because that will break this component here for now. So let's just copy it. So placing that right here outside the component. And so what we can do now is to just say, if the email is equal to fake user users.email, and the received password is equal to fake user.password, then we can dispatch our action. So the action of login with the payload of the fake user then. So that's going to become our logged in user. And then here, all we have to do is to dispatch the logout event. All right. And so now all we have to do here is to export these two, and then we're ready to use them. So of course, not function, but export the auth provider and use auth. All right. And so with this, we have our context in place and are ready to connect it with this form. So with this button right here. And so let's quickly move on to the next lecture and do that. Next up, we're going to implement the actual login and logout functionalities in the application. But before we go do that, I should probably mention that when you build your own applications, you should never ever do this. So you should never have a fake user in your code like this, which contains the plain word password. Because with this, everyone who inspects your code can get access to your application. So all the code that you write inside your React application will be available on the front end. So the browsers will download it. And so any malicious attacker will be able to find this combination of email and password in your source code. And so then they will get access to your application. So again, never do this. We are just doing it here because I just want you to learn the mechanics of authentication in isolation. So basically without having all that stuff like an actual API call and implementing your own database and all that like we will do later. All right. But with that out of the way, I now want you to come to this user.jsx file because I want to suggest you that you actually implement this lecture on your own as a challenge. So down here, I basically have the match plan for this lecture. So the 5 things that we will need to do in order to implement what we want to implement in this video. And so again, if you'd like, you can now pause the video, read through these instructions, and then implement them on your own. So again, that's a very nice opportunity for you to practice and for you to implement part of this feature actually on your own, like you will have to do in the future in your job or even when building your own applications. So if you'd like, just pause the video now and I meet you back here. All right, so how did it go? I hope that wasn't too hard. And let's now finish the first step of the 5, which is the easiest one. So which is to provide the auth provider, so the auth context to our entire component tree. So let's do that out here. So auth provider, I think that's what it's called, no? Yeah, but somehow it's not being imported. So let's just duplicate this here. So auth, and here it's called fake auth context. All right, and let's grab this, put it here all the way in the end, and there we go. Now the order of these two here doesn't really matter in this case, so it could also be like this. Now in some situations, we might actually need inside the cities provider some state from the auth provider, which would perfectly be possible. So we could, of course, call that custom hook from here also inside the cities provider. And so in that case, the auth provider really would have to be the parent of this one. But in this case, it doesn't really matter. But anyway, let's now come to our actual login page here so that we can now handle clicking here on this button. So basically, when the user submits this form. And first of all, here we now want to get that actual button. So the component that we created earlier of the type primary and then login. So let's come here, and that looks a lot nicer. And notice how here we already have these values predefined. So that fake email and the fake password, just so we don't have to type them over and over again while testing. And I also already set up our form here with these two state variables and of course with our controlled elements like we already know how to do. So there's no need to type the same thing over and over again. Now here we will create a handle submit function like this. So let's place that out here, function. And so this receives the event object so that, as always, we can do our prevent default. All right. And then here is where we will want to call that login function. But we only want to do it if the email and password are actually set. So if we have an email and a password, then we want to call the login function. So let's grab that from our context. So login from use auth. And then here, let's then pass in the email and the password. So exactly the email and password that we need then inside the login function to check if they are the same as this and this one. Now what's wrong in here? So cannot destructure the login out of use auth. So probably there is some bug there, like, oh yeah, of course I forgot to then return the context. And so this is good that you see that everyone makes mistakes. So I wasn't copying the code here from anywhere. And so then I forgot to return that context value there. All right. So with this, we are now ready to actually log in. So we click and nothing happens, but also nothing is supposed to be happening. So let's just check our state. So in the auth provider, because here it actually has changed. So we see that we now are authenticated and the user is set to that fake user. So we were actually successful. And so here on this page, we should now check whether the isAuthenticated state is now true. And if it is, we want to redirect the user to the app. So to /app right here. And so that's why I told you in this step number 3, exactly here, so that inside an effect, we need to do this check. And if so, we navigate to app. So let's do that by including a use effect. So creating our function. And then here, what we want to check is whether the isAuthenticated state has changed. So basically, we want to run this effect where we redirect the user each time that this state here has changed. So then we also need to get that from our context, of course. So isAuthenticated. And so now let's just say if isAuthenticated, then we want to navigate to that page. So for that, we need to grab the navigate function from React Router. So that's, again, the programmatic navigation that we have talked about before. So let's see. So navigate to /app. Now here, we also need the navigate function. And you see that it actually immediately redirected us here to this app. So let's just reload this. So go to the beginning, reload, come here, but apparently we have a bug. So that should not be happening. So let's try that again. But actually it's because here we are directly going to /app. So we should change that here as well. But for now, let's just check. So here we come to login. And so now let's change just the email here to something wrong. And so then when I click, nothing happens. So in this situation, we actually would want to display some message here, so somewhere on the screen, telling the user that login was not successful. So we can add some other piece of state here, like an error or so, and then display that error to the user. But again, here we just want to keep it simple. So now let's test the correct case. And beautiful. So that worked. So our fake login is actually working right now. And so this part here, so this effect has two big purposes. So first of all, when the user successfully authenticates, then of course, after this function has been called, the isAuthentic state will change to true. And so then this component will re-render, and then in this effect, this will already be true, and then we navigate to the application. While in the beginning, this is still false. So on the initial render, this effect will also run, right? But then this here is still false. And so then we don't navigate to the application. Now, the nice side effect of that is when the user is already authenticated, but then clicks on login, they will automatically and immediately get redirected to the app itself. So you saw that? Now watch what happens when we click here on back. So that doesn't work at all, right? And the reason for that is that it keeps going back to the login page, but since we already logged in, it keeps redirecting us to this page. So again, when we click here, it goes back, but then immediately it goes forward again. Now, if we reload this here and log in again, then the same thing is going to happen. So always the same problem. So the solution to this is to not even go back to the login page, but instead really replace that we have ever been there. So we can do that by specifying an object with the replace option set to true. And so then in this case, once this navigation happens, it will replace the login page in the history stack with just this one. So let's try this once again. So log in here, and then as we go back, it just goes back to where we were before the login page. So it has overwritten basically that we were ever there. And so this part here is very important to make the browser work as usual. So in the way in which the user is familiar. Okay, so we're already running a bit long, but this part is finished. And so now let's very quickly create the logout part as well. So from our instructions, remember that we should come here to this component and then read the logged in user and display it. So now we can actually get rid of this fake user. And then let's read user from use auth like this. And this should already be enough because all the JSX code has already been written for us. So let's now come to the app layout. And then I will just include that here after the map. So user like this, doesn't need any props. And there it is. Nice. And so this data is of course now coming from our fake user. So if I change the name there, like, where is that? So then it should change to Jonas right here, which didn't really work. But if we do this again, then there it is. So that's our fake logged in user right there. And so now all we have to do is to make that logout button work. So that shouldn't be too hard because we already have our logout function. So let's grab that from the context. And then here we can simply call that. So just log out. However, if we do this now, then nothing is really going to happen. I mean, the user here will disappear, but we will stay on this page. So watch what happens. And so we actually get an error because we are then trying to read all this data here from the user that no longer exists. So we set the user back to null. And so then, of course, all these properties doesn't exist or don't exist. And so then what we need to do is to redirect again to the home page. So const navigate. And so here, more and more, you see the programmatic navigation in action, because this, of course, cannot really happen just by the user clicking. So we first need to log out the user, and then we can navigate to /app. All right. So let's try that again. And so that also doesn't work, and that's because we are still here in cities. So in /app. And actually, let's now change here the link from app to the login page. So we can now only really reach the application by going through the login page. So let's do that. So that still works. And now as we log out, well, we still have some problem here. But yeah, I don't even need to read that because I just noticed that, of course, we want to redirect to the home page. So we are out of the app, of course. So maybe you spotted that it's actually in the instructions. And beautiful. Great. So let's try that again, because now I want to show you what happens when we try to basically open this page without being logged in. So that's what's going to happen when we just reload the page. So if we try to just enter this URL without first going to the login flow, then we get this error. And so we need to prevent that by basically protecting our application against unauthorized access. And so remember from the very beginning that that is the third part of a typical login flow in front-end applications. And so let's implement that in the next video. And now the third part of the authentication flow is to protect the application against unauthorized access. So basically what we want to do is to redirect the user back to the home page whenever they reach one of the routes that they should not reach when they are not logged in. So basically this URL or this one or this one, and really the entire application should not be accessible to people that are not logged in. Now in this case here, the application doesn't even work when the user is not logged in, but there might be other applications that are different, that maybe just display some secret information which should not be accessible. And so let's now implement that functionality, so that protecting of our routes. Now we could add some functionality, of course, to every single component that is rendered here as a product of changing the route, but that would be a bit too much work. So we would have to have the exact same redirecting code in all of these components, and that doesn't make a lot of sense. So instead, what's a common practice is to create a specialized component which will handle this redirecting and then wrap the entire application in that component. So let's do that as a page right here. And let's call it protected route.jsx. So our snippet here again, because again, this is just a component, and here it will receive the children, because remember how I said that we will wrap the entire application into this component. So it will receive basically as children all the application. And so all this does then is to return that. So we can actually just do this. So it shouldn't add any JSX to the children. All it will do is to return them, and in case if the user is not allowed to redirect away from the application. So first of all, then this component needs to know whether the user is authenticated or not. Authenticated. So use auth for that. And then, of course, we're also going to need the navigate function from React Router. And so actually we should not call the navigate function from the top level code. So that's basically an effect. And so effects belong in useEffect. Okay. And then let's say if the user is not authenticated, then just navigate to the home page. And that's it. And we want to run this code whenever the is authenticated changes. And then we also need to include the navigate function itself. And this is actually it. This is all we have to do in this component. And so now we need to wrap our application inside of this. Now there are two places where we could do that. And the first one is here in the app layout. So basically our entire application is rendered right here. And so we could wrap all this into the protected route like this. So the one we just created. However, I think it's a lot more explicit to actually do this right here in the application. So in app.jsx, where we actually define all our routes. So doing it right here. So where do you think we should do this? Maybe in each of the routes individually? Well, again, not really, but instead, as we just said earlier, our entire application is actually in the app layout. And so we can very easily wrap that app layout into the protected route right here. Because remember that this simply needs to be an element. It doesn't matter how complex it is. And so let's include protected route here. And that's not what I wanted. Yeah. Okay. So in case that we are going to any of the URLs in the application, so that's app/cities or /cities/id or /countries or app/form. So in all those situations, this app layout component here is rendered, right? And then in there is where each of these components is also rendered. And so the idea is to wrap this entire component into the protected route. And so this will then check whether the user is currently logged in or not. And if not, it will simply redirect the user back here to the home page. So let's try this out. And if we reload this page here now, then it should already be working. So let's see. And actually, that doesn't work. So let's go back to our protected route here, and let's try to understand what actually happens. So first, let's see what the problem is. And so we are still apparently trying to read something out of avatar here in the user component, which means that the user component is somehow still trying to be rendered. So let's use our understanding of the useEffect hook in order to solve this bug. So remember how our effect is actually only executed after the component has already been rendered. And so that is actually the key to understanding why this happens. So our component will actually initially render the children, which does of course include the user. And so then, of course, everything that the user is trying to read from the user object does not exist. So that's why we get this error. So right after that is when the navigation happens. But in that split second, we are still trying to attempt, so we are still rendering the user component. And so again, that then gives us that error because again, this effect is only executed after the render has already happened. And so here we should now return conditionally. So we can say if is authenticated, we can actually return the children, but if not, then let's just return null. And so this should then solve it. So basically, in case that we are not authenticated, then here in place of the app layout, null will be rendered, which is not a problem because we don't want to render the application here anyway. So let's retry. Let's log in. And if we reload now, then of course the user will not be authenticated in the beginning as we go to this URL. And so you see that we get immediately redirected here. And of course, the same happens if we just try to go to the app like this. So as I hit enter now, then again, immediately we get redirected here. Great. So now it works. And I just want to draw your attention to the fact that here sometimes the background image does not show up. Now, in this case, it actually did show up, but somehow it doesn't sometimes. And so that's happening because here we are trying to read the background image from /app, which is not where it exists. So it is actually in the root folder. So let's come here to the CSS module where we are using that background image. And so here we are missing the /. And so now that works. And now that is not going to happen ever again. So not sure how I triggered that, but I think it was this. And yeah, now that works. Nice. And so our authentication is now actually completely implemented. So we completed the 3 steps of the authentication, even though it's a bit of a fake authentication, but that's not really important. Now we are going to come back to this application here in the next section one more time, but I want already to fix this ugly title that we still have here. So it's still this fake title. And so let's come here to our index.html file and let's change that. So I don't know why I didn't change that earlier. So that's world wise. And then here, let's just use some divider like this. Keep track of your adventures. So that looks a little bit nicer indeed. And now we just need to change the fav icon there. So that's probably right here. Yeah, it's this logo.png, I think. Actually, it's this icon.png. So icon.png. And so then here it's also an image.png. And nice. So that's looking a lot more professional already. Now, okay. And with this, we actually finish this section. But again, we are actually coming back to this project in the next section again. But the features are actually all implemented now. So our application is feature complete. And yeah, it was a long journey, but I hope it was worth it. And I hope that you really enjoyed building this project together over all of these lectures. So I think you can be really proud for having this project now, and hopefully you feel the same. Let's now practice the Context API in this final challenge. And we are back here to our React quiz. So the challenge here is to create an advanced state management system with the useReducer hook and the Context API. So basically, I want you to imagine that you are working on this application like in some company, and then you have been tasked by your project manager to refactor this whole application here using the Context API together with the reducer that we already had in this application. And so your tasks are first to duplicate the source folder that we already had before to create this source no context folder. So basically containing all our previous code so that you don't overwrite that. Of course, you can also use Git for this if you prefer, but here I just want to keep it simple. Then next up, you should probably review how data flows through this application right now and what kind of props we have to pass. So by doing that, you can then maybe identify a small prop drilling problem, which again is quite small, but we will still try to kind of fix it in a next step using the context API. So in order to do that, create a new quiz context, and you can place it into a quiz context.js file like we have been doing before. So basically, here in this folder, you can create quiz contexts, and so there you will then have your context and also the reducer that we created earlier. And so with this, you will create that advanced state management system that we have also created in our WorldWise application earlier. And then also in the same file, just like before, you create a custom provider component like this in order to provide all the state that you need to the application. And then you can just create a custom hook so that all the components in the application can consume that state from the context. So then, of course, use that hook all over the application so that you can then delete all the unnecessary props. Now, what's very, very important to note here is that actually you are going to need some state right in the app component. So this state will then no longer live here, of course, but you will need that state immediately in this application. And so what that means is that this app component itself here will already need to be inside the context itself. So remember how earlier I showed you that here inside the app component, we couldn't use the custom hook, which consumes the data from the context. And so that was because we only provided the context right here. So to the code that is in here, but then we could not use that here in this app component itself. So the solution for that will be to actually include the context inside index.js. So that's the tricky part. And here I actually already have the solution, which is not what I wanted to show you yet, but maybe it's actually a good idea. So again, what you will need to do is to provide that entire context to the app itself, so that then you can use it in there. Okay, and so that's what I need you to do in this challenge. Now, I will actually not write all the code here in this video because that's just gonna take too long, but I will quickly walk you through the changes that I made. So this is gonna be a great challenge for you to practice now really working on your own on an already existing application and to significantly refactor the code base. So please take all the time that you need and then go ahead and watch my solution. So welcome back. Hopefully that was not a big problem, but let's now see how I did it. So again, I'm not going to write the code here. I will just show you. So here we have the quiz context.js, which contains all the initial state, all the reducer, and then of course that quiz provider component that I mentioned earlier. And so here is then all the logic that was before inside app.js, which we now placed here in this custom provider. And so then here is the provider itself, where we pass all these different state values plus the dispatch function into the context, which is quite different to what we did earlier in the WorldWise application. So remember how there we didn't pass the dispatch function, but really just the event handler functions. But that was because we were dealing with asynchronous code, which here is not the case. And so here we don't need any intermediary event handler functions. We can simply dispatch this function so that we can then dispatch events in the components. But anyway, here we then, of course, also have our custom hook. And then let's come into our main app component. So then here, this component is really nice and clean now. So all the prop drilling is gone, and yeah, we don't even need to pass any more props into any of these components anymore. And notice again how I mentioned that here we need this status state. And so therefore we need to read some data out of the context, which is the reason why we needed to provide that context right here. So to the entire application. Okay. And so then all the components are really nicely cleaned up. So for example, in this one, instead of receiving all the props that we received earlier, we just call our custom hooks and then we get all the state from there. Now maybe you run into one small problem here in this question. So earlier the question component received the question prop, which was computed using the questions and the index. So if you remember that, and you just wrote the code, so I'm sure you do. So where is that? Right here. So we passed in this questions prop, which was basically computed by taking the current question out of the questions array. Now here, since we no longer pass props, we need both the questions and the index so that we can then compute the question right here. All right. And maybe here in the options, if you just deleted all the props, then you might have run into a problem because this component here actually is the only one, I believe, that still needs a prop. So here inside the question, we of course still pass the current question into the options component. And so then it gets the current question from the prop, but the current answer comes from the context. Okay, so I think this was really, really nice for you to practice this on your own, and I'm sure you got this to work just in the way that I just explained. But anyway, with this, we wrap up yet another section, and so hopefully I see you soon in the next one, which is actually going to be a bit complicated again, but well, that's what we are here for, hopefully. So get ready, and then I meet you there very soon.